fuse box. Magic. Spin the camera around. Right. So we can see a little bit overhead. Nice. Oh dear. Hello guys, thanks for joining. Today I've got some interesting things. I was a bit late in streaming today because I thought I was going to stream earlier, but I had to go to past Hertfordshire to go and pick up my next project, which I've just paid for. I've just put the boom arm up, which hopefully he says move that arm up a bit. That's a little bit of a delay. No. Move the camera down a bit. That's a bit better. Except for this bloody cap thing. I need to put that round down. That's it. And then you can see roughly what I'm doing. I'll move it over a little bit, so hopefully, no, a little bit more. Let me go over a bit. Actually, I need to go the other way, don't I? I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, I am. I'll get the camera right angle in a minute. That's better. I always like to make sure that everything's all like set up and everything. Right. Now today I've got two items that I purchased on that front. So one is a Lego set that I was after, waiting for it to come in a sale. It's just come down in the sale. So I thought, oh, I'll grab it. I thought it was only going to be small. No, it's not small at all. I think the camera's round the wrong way, ready to ship. Let me spin the camera round, my friends, so you can clearly see it the right way. Because I think it's round the wrong way. Yes. So let me bend her up a little bit more so we can clearly see. So this way you can get to see what the item is that I want to do starting on today. Well, I had intentions of starting it, so I'll take this off. Item is a Pac-Man. This is a Pac-Man arcade. Sorry, Bonson, did I just kick you off that chair? So yeah, as you can see, this is obviously quite a big. This is a Lego Pac-Man. So yeah, I've not opened this because I only picked this up literally about dinner time, about just under 4 hours ago, and then I shoot down past Bedfordshire to go and pick up my other project which I've got over there at the end of the day. Now it's saying on here, let me bend the camera up because you can see this is no exaggerations. The pace is on here 2,651 pieces. So this is not going to get done in one stream. It's far from it, because there's just no way I am going to be able to get through 2,000 pieces of this arcade Lego set. As I've always been a Lego fan, so which I have done one piece in a piece of Lego, and I'll show you what I've done. Well, actually, this is what they call Mega Bloks. This is a Mega Bloks Xbox 360 controller, and you press the light, and obviously the button, the light, it lights up. So it's sort of like, you know, you can clearly see. But yeah, it's got all the battery. Feels like it's a full working one. The actual controllers ain't too bad, because it feels like you've got a bloody hell. See what I mean with Lego IE on that. So you can't go too mad with this stuff, because obviously it just comes apart, starts coming apart. So it's really designed for purposes, just for showing purposes. But this is mechanical. This apparently says batteries not included. So I assume the battery light is for the light itself, for the dollar insert. This being American, this was an American sort of, like, the Americans had it first before we did. But this one's got like all types of issues. So you can have the high score on this one, which you can see at the top. So you can alter all the high score and things like that, and it comes with free Pac-Man, but the back's all open. Turn it over, it actually shows you a little bit more in depth. So, oh, the bloody cap's come off again, innit? Sorry guys, that's a nuisance. Don't know why they bother putting these on there. I know why they do it, because they thinking it is for security. So yeah, as you can see on the back on these, you've got it's all open. So the back's open up on here. So there's no back covering. I don't think there is. There might be, you know. There might be a back covering. I don't know. I've not built this. This is the first time. So looking at the overall of this, so you can turn the Pac-Man around apparently. Let me have a look at it. I can put it down because of the glare of one of the lights. So yeah, you can turn the Pac-Man around that sits on top of the arcade. So you can have it, it looks like the Pac-Man then's chasing the ghost when he eats the magic pellets. So, and then you can flip it back round, but it's mechanical. It does have a mechanical arm, so it does look like the pieces move around on the board. So yeah, I think that this is going to be for another day, because once I start this, obviously it's going to take a few episodes to actually physically get this one, you know, to try to put all this together, because this is obviously going to be more than a one-part video at the end of the day. But the other item that I picked up, that I purchased today, so yeah, that is, if you want to let me know in the comments, do you want me to start on this today, or I've got this to start on and I don't know what's up with it. Oh, just like a bloody controller. Lovely. Let me grab the other item and I can show you. Now, obviously, this item here has got a problem, which I did have to pick up. It's got a problem. Pay good money, but it's in very good condition. Not hardly any scratch. So this is a lovely piece of system. So Oh, this is one of the items that I'm willing to keep once if I keep going, but it does have a problem. They just said when they try to play the record, it's not going across. So this could have a band issue. So I've not tested any of this because, like I said, I've not gone in. It was virtually less than an hour ago. But looking at this, I was going to plug it in, but before I plug it in, let me quickly just have a look at because this has been sitting for such a long time, but it's a lovely piece of kit. So we've got straight away this. It's covered in cobwebs. Jesus. So what we got? We got a 5 amp fuse. The wires are colour coded correctly. They are tightened. We're using an old MK plug. Looks like it's seen better days. I probably would change that and put a better plug on, because looking at these tips, they're very, sides are covered in cobwebs. They're not the greatest. They've tarnished over time. At the end of the day, now, I want to plug her in. It did come with the speakers, but at the end of the but this being on here. Let me have a look so we can power this up. So we've got green light. If I turn this light off, guys, because you can't bloody see it, because otherwise it ends up just being too saturated. So you can actually see. So it's actually lit up. And looking at the radio, we do have the radio. Looks like it lights up. So we've got power. Obviously, we've got power to this on the front. Also, I've just noticed that the record player has got a little green light. So again, only this of the issues, he said it doesn't play the records. So what we need to do, we need to mount this over. Right. So first things first, let me get a cassette tape and just see if the cassette, because this could be a simple fix as a belt issue. Could be a simple fix as a belt, but I know belts do perish. They do not. They're like the Xbox 360 belts for the drives. They do fail over time, and where these have been sitting for so long, they will go overall, perish, or even disintegrate. Worst case scenario. Now we do have a very slow. That's what they call a soft opening. So the cassette is in okay condition. So, does she rewind? We've got. Have I got it on the right one first? So, power on. Door open. I assume that's for the record player. Tape. Well, that's interesting. The cassette has literally got no power at all. Oh, no. Still alive. It tries to play. Oh, no. Still alive. It tries to play. I can hear the motor. I'm going to say this has got a busted belt. And already, this is what happens when the belt's bust. What tends to happen? It pulls the tape out. Ah, Peter, how you doing, my friend? I can hear. Can you hear playback? Oh, echo. Oh, Jesus. Seriously? Hang on. Let me try and fix that by turning the audio down on the OBS. Right. Okay. Let me. So it's going to be desktop. Turn desktop audio. It could be because I've got this way too high on OBS. So how is that? How's that, my friend? Is that okay? I can hear the stream playing back in the background. Yeah, this bloody this OBS is a nightmare to set up at the end of the day. Oh, it's better. I've just turned down the gain for the thing. Yeah, what I was saying is I would have been on earlier, but I had to go down past Hertfordshire to go and pick this beast up, and also I picked up a project but it, what's that? But it can bang hear bad like it, but it's fine for now. Right, okay. A slight hum. Right, that still could be the gain of the. Let me turn it down just a little bit more on the audio side and on that side. Is that any better, my friend? That's the only thing with audio. Perfect, lovely. Oh, that's okay. Right, so yeah, I've picked this up. That's why I was late for streaming, because I had to go down to Hertfordshire to come pick this up. I've got the speakers. It does have a problem. This is a beautiful piece of equipment. It does power up, doesn't play the records, so it feels like something's slipping. I've just tried the cassette and it was pulling out of the cassette tape. So I assume, and I could just hear that one part will try to play. So this is a twin belt system. So it sounds like to me part of the belt is snapped for the forwarding, because it's not forwarding and it ain't rewinding. So let me just tighten the cassette up. We'll try that again. It's not fast forwarding, it ain't rewinding, but one side played. So that indicates to me this has got more than one belt. So this could have a 2 to 3 belt system. So we've got a belt issue straight away, right? I can actually hear, if I try to play, yeah, I can actually hear, I can feel the belt rolling, the pinch roller rolling around. But when I play, one side is not playing. So that indicates to me the belt snapped. So straight away we've got a belt issue here. Now, obviously I haven't tested the radio. What I do want to test is the linear record player, because these yeah, also clean the pinch rollers. I'm probably going to, but the person that had this, Cecily, passed away, and I bought this on eBay. Paid £75 for this, and it did come with the speakers, which is rare. Now, with these machines, obviously, right, you will not get these. I've seen them, but not in the best conditions, but they do not come with the speakers. The speakers on these are exactly 50 watts, so they're not very, they're 4 ohms, 28 watt so they're rated at 28 watts. Maximum power, the capacity can go up to 50. That's if you crank it up, obviously. But I've seen a lot of these stereos that only have just the record player itself, so they very rarely come with the speakers at the end of the day. But what I do want to do, I just want to grab a record. So we need to put it into phono. It's covered in cobwebs. I mean, door open. No. So straight away, let's stand her up. Because it's probably these. Ah, there you go. I was going to say. You can hear the motor. And yeah, so let me switch the other brightness on, and then you might be able to see if I give it just a little bit of light. Let me just quickly put a record in and let's see what happens, because he said he did have problems. So we've got Sonia. So it's an 80s record. What are you barking at, Bronson? So these, I assume, have to go in like that. I see. And then we can what we can do there, I can then lay her down. And then we can play her once she's open. I can see the arm, but I can't see it spinning up. So we've got no spin. 35 or 45. It tries to look like the arm wants to come out. So this is on side A. So Q. The needle is going over, ever so slow. What was the make and model of it? This is, my friend, is a Sharp stereo system. I'll tell you what, let me put it in and then I'll show you. That looks like that is, it looks like it wants to go over, but it's ever so slow. But every time I click play, it just goes to back. So we obviously something's not right with the mechanism on that. I'll type in the model and I'll tell you what model it is. So it is a Sharp BZ dash 3500. It's a lovely piece of equipment, but obviously there is an issue. So straight away we've got a tape deck problem. At the end of the day, it said the radio works. I'll verify that in a minute. But every time I try to play, the arm, no, it's coming up. That's interesting, but it's not spinning. So no, it looks like it wants to speed at 45. So Q, A or B. So we're on side A. So side A it should be up the side. So it plays both sides. So side B can play repeat side. So you can actually be on that front. So I can't see that any marking on that. So you've got 33 or 45. But we've got nothing lit up. That is weird. Side A, right, side A and side B, let me move the camera over and I can show you. Side B and side A is actually lighting up. Yeah, let me move it over. So I'll move it over to B and you watch, it'll go from the green to the red. So that's indicating, which is good. At the end of that would that be side B? I don't know which side is side A and side B. Let me have a look. Right. No, the arm is coming out ever so slightly and it's just getting stuck there. And I can hear something spinning around. So I wonder if, again, could this be an issue with, would this be as easy as a belt problem? I won't really know until I open it up and have a look. It could be the belt slippage. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, you know. Beautiful. It is a lovely piece of kit because I've not seen many of these. Let's go back to Let's go back to A again. And but the needle is going down. Do you know what? I know it sounds a silly question. Right. Because I don't want to break this. Let me stand her up. Let's go and get an LP. For some reason, I love the electronic mechanism on that. It's beautiful. You can feel it. Let me just grab an LP for a minute and see if it works with an LP. I still put it down that something's not right with the linear system, because obviously the auto tracking obviously can't determine 45 to 33. So I just want to see if it spins. If there's no spin, then I know it's belt. I don't know what this. I've got a stack of records in here and I don't even know what this is. What is this? One Step Beyond Madness. Right. Would that work if I stood that up? Just give me 1 minute to see if that is causing a problem by laying down. Right. It's not great for you guys because you can't get to see, but these things obviously don't like to be played. It's not spinning. It's definitely not spinning. We've got no spin. So this indicates to me, I'm going to say it's belt. Alright, so what I'll do is take this out. Let's try side B. That was side A. So how do you put side B in? How the heck do you put, you stack, because if he stacks 2 records, oh no it don't, does it? Because I assume the record would move its arm and go through the other side. That's the idea of that arm. It would spin itself and play on the reverse side on this mechanism. So no, it probably wouldn't. So no, one record does, the arm does the work, not the record. The record just sits. Right, okay, fair enough. Right, let's just quickly plug the speaker in. Let's see if the radio works. He says it does. He said the radio works, but he got nothing from the cassette, except for pulling that out. There's not much in them really. He did give me some other items, which I've got over there. I've not tested yet. So he just put that. Now I know due to copyright, I can't have this on for long. So volume. Let me put it on. That was on tape, phono, FM. Now I can hear the slider, but again, no output. Wow. Dry grease or seeds in the random arm or a broken drive belt could limit the switch, even if the switch fault, even if it's optical sensor dirty or foul or faulty. Yes. So yeah. So it could be. We won't really know. But he said the radio worked. Oh, here you go. That, do you know what that is? That's, look. Now that, we got nothing on FM. Right? Medium wave. Virtually nothing. But we've got nothing on FM. So straight away, the slider obviously probably needs some grease, probably needs a clean. I've got some deoxit up there, but again, nothing. We've got nothing on the presets. Ah, there you go. It was in mono. Right. So it's my fault. Sorry. So at least the radio works. It's got a deep sound. Again, it can't pick up. Probably it's waiting for. Right. So if you take it out, if you're on, let me zoom in and I can show you what I'm doing, because obviously you're only seeing part of it. Sorry, guys. You can see it. And that front, it's right at the top. So there's a little switch. It's called FM mode. Now that was depressed, so obviously, as it is, if I go to FM, medium wave, it works. But if I go to FM, it's completely dead. But if I press the little button, now it works. So obviously, but anyway, the main thing is the tape obviously partly plays, but the other side don't move. But I can feel the wheel turning, so straight away that's going to be a belt. I'm going to have to look at, this could be a broken belt, because again, no spin on that thing whatsoever. But she is a thing of beauty, I'll give her that. It's a lovely piece. Oh look, I didn't even notice that. Pull open. Yeah, look, goes to show I don't take much notice, do I? There's all settings in here for FM preferences. So we've got balance mixing left and right, cut out boost, we've got cut out treble, and there's all the loudness. So it's loudness, metal, microphone, I suppose in microphone in headphone. I didn't even see that. It was covered up. Cafor, how you doing, buddy? Pico, hey. Yeah, I wasn't, because I was a bit late for streaming, so obviously I've got other. I had to pick this up. I had to go down past Hertfordshire to go and pick this up, because this, I had my eyes on one. I just wanted to get something a little bit more better condition, and the others wasn't working, and I paid £75 for this, so it's good money well spent, and it come with the speakers, which is a bonus. Look at the calls of both tapes and the recording deck under them and roll out first. Yes, great question. So what I'm going to do is, let's power off, obviously, because now I've put voltage in that. I don't want to end up. And this plug is, because of this, the way it is, it's literally been sitting around for quite a while. And she is a beaut. I mean, I kid you not. There, let me just grab the tape measure. I'll tell you that I can't even fit it on the table. It's that big. These ain't, this is, again, it is exactly 22 inches across. 22, or in centimetres, it's actually 56 centimetres. So she's a beaut. And again, at the height, again, 15 inches, or roughly around about, which is just over a foot. And you got, and it's 38 inches high. Centimetres high, not inches, sorry. So yeah, she's an heavy girl, and again you can feel, but oh look, oh there's a door open there. What's the idea of that? Oh I see. I didn't even notice that. Wow. So let me show you guys. So in case of an emergency, right? I've only just, because I've never owned one of these since back in the, these have got to be mid 80s, early 90s again. So this is retro stuff. I've just found, look, it says on the top there, door open. And look what happens when I press the door. So you can actually hear the mechanism for this opened up, so you can like place all the records. But again, we've got, what's all this then? So we've got a dial on here. It says auto, LP, EP. So we have auto. So it was set on LP. So what's BP? It's got BP. Oh, EP, sorry. EP and LP and EP. And I've got it set on auto. And there's some lasers there. So it looks like two random LEDs. I don't know if you guys can see. Let me move the camera in. You can see it. What I mean. Move that way. So you've obviously got this dial that you can pull it into. I mean, it was set on LP, so it's probably that makes sense. I've now put it on auto at the end of the day. I wonder if that had something to do with it. Shall I just quickly put the record back in, plug this back in, and give that another go? Hey, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for joining. I see Andy was on. I missed his stream because I was there I was just past Hertfordshire picking this item up. So what I'm going to do, I think what I'm going to basically, let me just plug. Do you know what? That's getting on my nerves that much. I just pulled it off. Bloody plastic tag on here. So let me just plug the record back in and see if that does make a difference. I mean, bloody hell. Actually, come to look at this now, this record is badly scratched. Jesus. I mean, you know, it's a Madness LP. Right. She is switched on. So, put it back into phono. I thought that these would have lit up or something, but obviously clearly not. And let's click. No. I can hear it now. It's making a hum. Listen. So, did you hear that, guys? Did you actually hear that? Listen again, right? If I put this in, so we've got audio from the head. I reckon this is going to be a simple thing as a bloody belt, you know. If I click play, let's turn it down a little bit. No, now it's stuck. But I did hear that when the needle dropped down. The needle dropped down. I heard that clonk, and I heard a little bit of the record. So I know that there's audio coming from the head, getting to the speaker. So it's got to be something else, like a belt. So I think what I'm going to do is just power this off. It's got to be opened up so I can have a look. Let me have a quick look. Sounds like you're switching from a 3-phase main ball. I said degrease, and it might be a C-stove or Ryan drive belt. Yeah, actually, it's going to be one in it. So let's take this off. Let's take, because these speaker wires are not very big. Tell you what, I did have, guys, right? Which you know, well, you just missed the beginning of the stream. I've got this. I didn't know what to work on first, so obviously I've got this big old beast that I've got that I was working on, right? I was going to do, or I bought this from Argos, and she is a Pac-Man Lego arcade, right? 2,651 pieces. All my old 78s. I've become brittle now. I have got some 78s in there, and that's the trouble. Yeah, so what I've done, I bought this out of Argos today. It was on a sale, £153. Normally retail on these are roughly around about £250, some even up to £300. Lego's expensive, full stop. Oh, that's cool. That's cool, Jill. Because of my retro stuff, right, I wanted to, that is why I'm looking to put, but I thought, when I've done my calculations wrong, I took the last one, because obviously these are in a sale at the moment in Argos, and everywhere sold out. Lucky enough, where I live, there was one not too far, which took about 20 minutes drive. I took literally the last one, and I went to my mum, oh, it's alright, it's only small, I can fit that on me, I can fit that with me other bar top. Nah, looking at the bloody size of it, this ain't a small item. When she looked, she laughed. She went, well, you got your calculations wrong. Now this, obviously, you do put batteries in this, and it lights up, and it's got a mechanical arm, so you can turn, and all the bits of the dial, let me spin it round, you might be able to see it. So it's got the bits on the arm where you can actually see that you can mechanically alter the bits on it, because it's all made out of Lego. I mean, how cool is that? But I didn't know, I thought this is obviously going to be a couple of part series, because looking at 2,700 and whatever it pieces, I'm not going to get this done in a day. There's no way. At the end of the, you know, I thought the Mega Bloks one was bad enough, and that took 4 hours, and I couldn't put it all together because half the bits were missing. But Lego never have any pieces missing, never. But that is a cool piece to have, to put on there. So I do really, I thought, what do I start on? Do I start on this, or do I start on that radio at the end of the day? You guys tell me. I'm not fussed. It's got to be done one way or another. I can't put a vote in because I've not set it up. Yeah, I've dropped one 78 on the floor, and it's Do you know what? You say that, right? That's exactly what happened. Right? I had one, and I left it near a radiator, and what happened? The heat buckled it so much, it exploded. I went, Jesus, what the bloody hell is that? I come out, because it's made like, it's like a glass, isn't it? It just fractured. Bits went all over the bloody floor at the end of the day. I mean, that was unbelievable. So, guys, what do you want me to work on? I mean, whatever route you go down, these have both got to be done at the end of the day. I'm not fussed what I start, because like I said, my streaming was a bit late today because I had to go and pick this up, because again, these are rarer than hen's teeth. You don't get to see these, and again, this fits into my retro stuff, which I'm a big retro nerd, and I love it, absolutely love it. So, I mean, whatever you decide, I'm quite happy with at the end of it. So, radio, yeah, right, okay. So, what we're going to do then, we'll flip this over. We're going to have to make a bit of room, because it's took the entire room up of all. I can't manage this all the way up, can I? Might be able to straighten it up so you guys can get more in. I'm trying to get more in the shot, because I'm thinking that makes sense on that front. So, but she is a lovely piece of equipment. Now, I've got to admit, you don't get to see these linear record players no more. They are, like you said, they're a dying breed. My friend, before he passed away, he had a stack of these, and I kept on to him. I said, "Do you want to sell yours?" He went, "No, I'm not selling it." Now he's passed away. Now I thought, you know, it's just stuck in a cupboard. I wonder what my radio is called. It's also a linear LP. Yeah, exactly. Really, to be totally honest, I should call this channel bloody retro channel, because most all the stuff I've got is retro. You know, I don't deal with modern computers, except only when I'm building them, and I don't build them that too often at the end of it. But when it comes to all this stuff, I can't get enough of it. It's like my daily fix. I've literally got to have something that's retro. Otherwise, it's not. You know, I'm disappointed, thinking, because that's all you see on most repairs. You'll see a repair, which is great. I love seeing repairs, don't get me wrong. But there's not many people that deal with all this mid-1980s, 70s and 80s stuff at the end of the day. I mean, really, I didn't really need this, but I see it, and I really always had my eyes on one. I went, I want to get one, regardless, but you can't get them working. You just can't seem to get them working. Do you know what, guys? What I'm going to do, because of, I don't want to damage the front, so I'm going to take this off. That Lego set, that's going to be an interesting build. I've got to put that together, which I'm pretty good at putting things together, so it's not an issue. Let me grab a towel, like that one, there. And what I want to do, I want to protect, oh guys, I didn't see that. Let me quickly show you. Look. So, this thing, look, I didn't even notice. So we've got some additional inputs. Bloody hell! Have I got a screwdriver? Look how deep these screws go. Oh my God! I'm gonna have to check if my screwdriver goes all the way down. Bloody hell! Sounds like it's called a screwing valve. Oh right, I don't know, bud. I really don't know. So we've got. I plugged my speakers in here. It's got rated impedance 6 ohms, but then we've got some at the top. So would these be? No, I suppose in one's an aerial. Would this be AM and FM aerial? I think it is. You know, it is antenna. There you go. Sorry, I couldn't see it. Let me spin it down and I'll show you. Yeah, actually, I could see it quite clearly. So it does say this is for an auxiliary, so you can record and play back. We've got a ground for medium wave, FM. So this is so that's why I couldn't pick none of the channels up. And we've got a button down at the bottom, which I've just seen, and it's got beat channel A and B. I haven't got a clue. Rated reline voltage. How much power does this use? It doesn't really say. 220 watts. Wow. God, she's great. She's very thirsty for when it comes to voltage. So you can't have this on for Ling. That's more than a bloody light bulb. Right, let me put that down so I don't damage the front, because I don't want to damage that, because you're never going to be able to buy the plastics for these at the end of the day. So obviously we've got, I can see we've got some of the sort of the holes at the top here. So I've just got to worry about if I've got a screwdriver long enough to take these out, because obviously the sheer scale of this, I mean, I can't even zoom out anymore. I mean, so bloody, it literally is so tall, this thing. It's wide as hell. I have the 35. Let me read your comments quickly, bud. I love reading your comments. No, I've got a small one. Bears. I have, what's that? I have a KME HD 35K. That might have to do a video on that. Yeah, do you know what, Peter? I'd like to see that, because again, you don't get to see these old beauts anymore. They are beautiful to have. That's the one I've got. It's an Amstrad SM 1004. Well, on top of some of the stuff that I bought this, obviously, and he gave me 2 extra items. So, which he said, you can have them. He said, I don't want nothing for them. So, in the detached, he gave me an old radio. Don't know if it works, I haven't even plugged it in. So he's given me this old radio, an Ultra. It's probably like, it's crusted as hell. I mean, it looks like it's been in the shed. I mean, shall I plug her in, guys? Shall I just quickly give her a quick plug in? I mean, it's circuit protected. Bloody Nora, it works. Right, FM. Do you know what? That's unbelievable. Alright, what about a tape? Let's bung a tape in quickly. Do you know what? He said, I don't know if it works. He said it's been sitting in the shed. Oh wow, I didn't even know it extended. Back repairs. Where's the, I couldn't put the tape in, couldn't I? Because I had to take the tape out. That, look, oh here it is. Let's just plug the tape in. So this tape has to go in upside down. Band off. That's right, it has to be off for the tape. That's unbelievable. Do you know what? For an old radio that's probably sat in a shed, right, that ain't even been bothered looking after, and I hate to think how old these things are, because they can go right back to the mid-70s, some of these radios, because I know by my ITT, the one I've got, I don't even know where that is, my cassette player, that just had a broken belt at the end of it. That thing is 1971. It's older than me. So yeah, unbelievable. Well, that's a bonus. That one works. And he also give me, yeah, that one's radios on eBay. The cassette was for 75. Yeah, that's it. That's the one I bought. I think he charged me 70. He said 75. He let me have it for 75. I'd go up past Hertfordshire to go and pick it up. And in amongst the returns, again, it says, I don't know if it works. They did give me this little portable, he did give me this little portable, like, stereo system, which I come with all the speakers, but there's something interesting about this, guys. You're not going to believe this, right? I turned around, I thought, no. He said, do you want it? I said, yeah, I'll take it, right? He said, again, it's got all the controls down here to play. Let me plug it in, so you know, that way you can see. So you obviously got all the controls on that front. Until I spun it round, right? You're going to laugh. What's the chances of this radio ever coming from one place where I used to work from? Look what he says. We couldn't make it up, right? Bloody Woolworths. Look, it's got Woolworths written on it. What is the chances of a Woolworths? That is an original Woolworths radio. Woolies radio. That, you cannot make that up. I'm not lying. That is a Woolworths original radio, even with the thing on it. So again, this would probably been because I don't know how long Woolworths were going around for quite a long time, but to actually that could be late 80s, early 80s, or mid 90s, but it's nothing around that time. But to actually see a radio that actually has got the Woolworths symbol on there, and it's in really good nick. It's been well looked after. I mean, it's really dusty. I mean, you can clearly see. I mean, it looks like it's been stored up in a loft. I mean, obviously you've got over brightness on it because it's not doing it any justice. Let me turn the light down and you might be able to see it. But yeah, she's dusty as hell. So, but unbelievable. It's a shame that they don't have speakers that they hang on to. Yeah. Do you know what though? But a Woolworths radio? I mean, bloody hell. I mean, I know it's basic, but I've never seen one. That's the first one I've seen from a Woolworths. He's got a Woolworths radio. Let me type that up. Let me shut that window up now. Let me type that. That's it. So what we're going to do, guys, I'm going to open this up. So let me put the other light on. So let's see if we can get some. Now, the only thing with these old buggy radios, the bloody screws have probably never ever been out of these, never. And Jesus, and already, look at the size of that screw, right? And I can't even zoom out anymore. I mean, that is one screw and a half. And this is the only thing with these type of radios. They use really deep screws. Yeah, therefore, you and your Amstrad. I used to love my Amstrad. I had a lovely Amstrad, and it was almost the same thing under a different brand, but it helped to look after many parts of that model. Yeah, that's the only thing in it. I mean, I don't think there's. Yeah, there is a screw. Right, so that's interesting. So we've got arrows, right? So if I look at it, I can show you. These ones have like they have like a little arrow pointing. So I assume that's where the screws are going to be held into place. So these won't ever make the back. So it looks like they're going to be around the casing. So what? Obviously that one's not coming out. It's alright. Once I pull the casing apart, I'll have to be careful. This is reasons why I think dealing with retro, you cannot beat it. I mean, it's absolutely a piece of kit on its own, and this is what I love about with the community, because like you said, trying to keep these all revived now with these old types, you're obviously never going to get to see another working one, and obviously if they are, you're lucky, because 9 out of 10 of them, these ain't working. They've got major problems. I mean, looking at this, I'm amazed it even turns on, and I bet these capacitors probably wants a good capacitor change on this. Put some decent capacitors, I'll probably put the Rubicon ones in. Obviously their ones are a little bit more expensive, but yeah, it probably would do it benefit by doing it on that front. Now I've got bloody big 2 metal plates here at the end of the day. God, there's no instructions. I'll probably, do you know what, there probably is a service manual on this, wouldn't there? There probably would be. But on that front, but yeah, unbelievable now, isn't it? I mean, even for something as, I mean, I don't even know how old this is for that model. But yeah, but yeah, I'll tell you what, PK, you want to do a stream with that, with some of your stuff. It'd be nice, because again, you don't get to see none of this lovely old beautiful gear that's floating around. I mean, if there's, put it this way, if I can't get the parts of this, I will ask the old boy that done my other radio, and he's pretty good. He's old school. At the end of the day, again, He's an electronic engineer, and he'll probably be nowhere to. If there is more than one issue with this, and I can't solve it, he only charges me £20, which is nothing, because I've helped him out more than one occasion. So I'll pass this over to him, and I'll guarantee he'll be able to put this back up and fully running, because to have these ones working, especially this model, there was one on there, but it was over £500. Which is a lot of money in the UK to have these. So it would be nice, and again, to have the speakers for these, very rare. Don't get the speakers from normally. And these come with the sharp speakers. I can't believe that little radio works. I mean, that's probably been stuck up in the loft, and the tape plays alright, just wants a clean. So that'll be a strip down and clean. I'll put some of them bits in the ultrasonic with me cleaner, and I won't retro brighten it because it won't need it. Right, Jesus, here we go. Now I don't want to force this, because this is where things start to break, because these are plastics. Now I've loosened that up. Now this one is loose. There's a screw down in the back here, and I can't. It is loose, it's not washed-out on it. But would you have to open up the door? Because it feels like something's holding it back. And it's holding, something's holding up here, right? So we've got, all this feels like it's being held up. So looking, I mean, it's got that old smell, that old vinyl smell. Oh, there's two toner arms. Look, sorry guys, let me show you. I've just found the other one arm. Look, there it is. Right. So obviously, if I show you, look, we've got one up here. Right. There's one toner arm. Right. So you've got one here, and I've just found the other one. It's on the record itself, so it's on the front, which is sitting up here. So it's actually sitting in. So that's how it plays the records. At the end of the day, I mean, obviously you had this thing. It was set on LP. I put it on auto at the end of it. But yeah, that's interesting. It's got all these bendable arms, but obviously something's holding this. So the front is not. I just felt that other screw come out. So let me push this back up. Let's take that. Where's that bloody screw gone? Let me put that on there. Sorry guys, I don't want to lose the screws out of here. They're all nice and long screws. Let me just grab a quick drink. Oh, that's cool. I've never seen anything like it. Like I said, these sharp radios on that front. It's a shame it's got a big scratch mark down here. But I think I might be able to put. I've got some polish. I might bung a little bit of polish. See if I can polish that scratch out along here. It's lucky enough it's not deep. That might only just buff out. Oh. Been driving for bloody 2.5 hours. So, yes, getting this off. This side's loose. This side's really tight, and this is what makes me think. Is there more screws holding this in? Where's my torch? Just let me grab my little torch. I can have a look down in holes. I knew this weren't going to be an easy. So right. Can't see with my bloody glasses on. Right, so we've got that out. The screwdriver is not even deep enough. This is what I was saying to you about earlier on with deep screwdrivers. Jesus. This side feels loose. No, it is loose. Is that side? No, it's not. But there could be some brackets underneath, and I think it could be this bracket system that's holding this in. Let me take this out. Is that a bracket? These probably would be brackets. I think they are. There's two here. I'm going to nip these out. Oh, camera's froze. What's happened here? For Pete, crying out loud. What have I done? Not the bloody thing? Live. No, I think the camera's froze. Oh, sorry, bud. Let me, I probably have. I pulled the camera out. Let me just quickly go back into OBS and have a quick look. Yeah, I have. I've knocked the camera. So, deactivate, activate. No, we've got nothing on the camera. Now, what's going on there? Why ain't the camera working? Oh, for crying out loud! It's the only thing in it with a bloody stream. Let's see if I can. I don't know what's going on. For some reason, I have got the camera's completely froze, and it is now not working. Let me turn it off, and I'll turn. Creative, activate. Here we go. She's back on. Alright, we're back up streaming. I'll just turn it off and turn it on. It just had a moment of its time. I don't know what happened there. Bloody, it's gone mental. Right, so have a look on here. It looks like we've got. I took two screws out from the bottom, which I just took out. Right. I can't even zoom out anymore. It's the maximum bloody height I can go to. So I've just took these out. Now let's see if the other two are loose. It won't pull. It won't pull from the bottom, which I don't want to force. These ain't going to be the easiest to work on. So what I'm better off doing is flipping this at the back and then taking it from the top. It feels like it don't want to go, which I don't want to force it. So obviously there's no other screws. I can't see any other screws. I knew this wasn't going to be easy. I can put it there. There is definitely something holding this. It's pulled on this corner, and there's no switches. I can't take no switches off. Because I suppose it wouldn't. But, which don't make sense. I was just getting coffee. Hey J Fix, how you doing, brother? Ah, it's good to see the game back in there. Yeah, lovely piece of kit, but a bugger to open up. So we've got Lunis at the top here at one part, but just not here. For some reason, it feels like something's biting there, and I don't want to force it, and I cannot see any other screws holding it in. Except, there's a screw here. Do you see that one? See what I mean with screws, guys? See at the back. That's why I said torches are important with lighting. This thing's so deep, that screwdriver just about went in. I bet that'll do it now. Because there ain't no other screws. I took them all out. That's why I don't like forcing things. I just don't, because I know what'll happen. I'll fucking break it. Which, yay! Is she loose now? No. You are kidding me. That is unbelievable. And guys, guess what's just coming out? What did I say to you about earlier on about belts disintegrating? Look what's just coming out of here. It's going all black. And you know what that is? I can tell you what that is. That blackness, that bitumen. Right, let me move the camera and I can show you guys. At the end of the day, there's black bitumen coming off this. I know it's the belts. You're right. That's exactly it. It's smearing. So I reckon, and they're when you first saw this, there was no bitumen coming out. Because now I've disturbed it, I bet the belt is completely disintegrated. Completely disintegrated. I bet this is all this needs is just a belt on both sides. I bet it needs a belt for the drive as well as for the cassette. Check the tools in the Discord to see if you can pick them up. I just got one. What's that? Right, okay. I'll have see what tools you got, because it's always handy to have more tools at the end of the day. Yeah, this bitumen, they weren't on there a minute ago. It's now all pouring out. So that's going to be a belt related issue. She's a lot looser. Look, let me move the thing on it. She is definitely a lot looser, but she's still not coming out. She's still not coming out. That's unbelievable. Hold on. That side is virtually out. Here we go. She's out. Yay! Right. So I've got to release the mechanism like that, and she's out, guys. She's out. Da, 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 da. I'll show you in a minute. Wow. It's got springs at the bloody bottom of it. Can you believe that? Right. Oh, look at all that lot. Jesus. Right, here, and I said to you, didn't I, about belts and issues. Let me quickly show you guys at the thing. Look, it's got bloody springs. What's the idea of that? I mean, I've never seen that. I don't know what the springs are for. Obviously, we've got the bits for... So you can't take this... So this ain't the easiest. What's that, Grant? What the heck is that? Hang on, guys. I don't want to touch that. What is that? What? Looks like half a plant. What, do we have plants in here or something? Let me get that on camera. You can see it. I'm not making this up. Look. I've just opened it up. There's a bloody plant in here, look. Right at the bottom of it. I thought, hang on a minute, what the heck is that? And thick dust. Long. Right, okay. Oh well, you get something for free. Yeah, preferably something, as long as it ain't bugs, you can keep them. So we've got, oh look, that's all gone on top. That's the belt disintegrated. That's smeared and gone everywhere. It's like, it's literally like, let's grab some IPA. Wow. Oh, that's a shame, innit? I knew it was going to be a belt problem. I thought, if that ain't spinning, that's a belt. So, what we can do now... Oh God, it still don't give me a lot of room to work on though, does it? I mean, it's all plastics and other bits and pieces. It's never. No, looking at this, to actually have a belt disintegrate and literally go like glue, the chances are this has never ever been opened. I think the old boy that had this probably put it up in the loft and left it for many years. I'm actually amazed it still works. I am. And because it is immaculate. Inside, it looks like it's just come off the factory. And that's how you want these machines, because some of these obviously ain't had, but this one, I'll make an exception. It's in very, very good condition. Very good condition. But we still need to gain access to the belts. Now, we can get to... I'll tell you what, Pico, right? You know when you were saying about earlier on with the pinch rollers? That pinch roller is brand new. Let me zoom in and I'll show you. Right. That pinch roller is brand new. Look at that. That's had nowhere. That's orange. That was just out of the factory. That's never been done. I'll tell you, I reckon barely this has been used by, because even looking at these heads, there's a tiny little bit of carbon build up, but that pinch roller, that's factory. That's not that's literally not even that's not, you can see, because if you put cassettes in, you just get a lot of carbon come off the tapes. But that looks like pure orange when it's just coming out. That's unbelievable. But yeah, I'm impressed. I actually am impressed on that front, because I'm thinking, bloody hell. So which is good because at least I know that I ain't got to worry about it. It's got a little bit of carbon build up on the top of one of the playheads, but I'm more worried about the record player. We can get to a cassette after. The main thing is I just need, can we gain access? There's got to be a way of getting to move the record player, and I'm just going to have a look quickly. Let me have a quick look, guys, see if there's any. Is there any more screws that I can take out to gain access to that record player? No, there ain't. So that indicates to me, and it's going to be right underneath there where I right need to get it. And looking at some of these capacitors are really dusty, and I can't show you until I open them up. But oh, I don't want to go mad. So what? Let me stand her up because I don't want to end up breaking an arm. These plastics go fucking brittle as hell. That's the idea of this mechanism. We've got a mechanism on there. Why do they make things so bloody complicated? I mean, you've got a wired arm on the side here at the end of it. Oh, I'll kick the bloody keyboard. Hold up, guys. It's all going fucking pear-shaped here. Let me move this keyboard before I fucking annihilate it at the end of it. Yeah, that looks like that's not going to be an easy task to actually try and get to. Have I killed the bloody camera again? Don't tell me I've done the camera again, have I? No, that's alright. Why is the thing froze? I bet I've clicked on live. No, that's alright. Live chat, brilliant. You have a look at that. Yeah, you never have too much room for retro liquids or RAM. So much stuff. I mean, I can vouch for that. I know what that's like. Can we take this top part of these out? I think we might have to take this out because I can see some screw holes. What I need to do is hold this up, move this over, and I can show you guys what I'm doing. You can't force these don't like being forced. It's the gear mechanism on it. So what I'll have to try and do, what have I done? Bloody knock in the arm. What I'll have to try and do is take, can this physically come off? It's got like a ribbon or something. I don't know what that is. I think this has to come off first. It's sitting on a rubber grommet system. There's no way of servicing it without getting to the record, getting to the belt. I mean, it's obviously got to be taken apart. Once it's done, once I take it apart, all I basically need to do is, I don't know if one of you guys can search for us, see if there's a belt for one of these. See if there's one on eBay or something. I'm not banking, you know, I suppose they probably will do them, but they're not going to be bloody cheap. This is like on a bungee system. I can see it when I'm undoing it. It smells. You know that old musky smell? I've got a record player like that. Hello. She's out. Really? Hold up. Right, oh, that's good news. So by taking it out with 2 screws, looks like I can take the whole system out. That's interesting. God almighty. Yes, you're right. Who said the belt's gone? The belt's gone. The drive belt is completely disintegrated. I can see it from here. It's half of it stuck around a linear wheel. Let me show you guys, and I can let me prop her up. Let's grab some propping. Yeah, you're 100% right in that front, which I don't want to end up just. Right, brilliant. She's propped, right? So let me bend her in and I can show you with a torch. Interesting, straight away. You can actually see on the actual bed thing itself, the belt is gone completely crustaceaned and it's completely disintegrated. So there's a motor right down the bottom, and I'll move the camera and I can show you because it's got a little bit of a delay. So what I can see, this is the drive motor, right? So obviously me point the screwdriver and I can see it. What I'm pointing to is the drive motor. The belt system goes round here, and you can actually physically, it's gone like black tar. Just look, it's literally on my hands. You can actually see it. It's on my hands itself. So it's got like black tar, and it's completely stuck around this linear wheel, the wheel itself. So the audio is working, believe it or not. It's just that this belt is completely gone, and looks like this belt's gone. Because look at it, look at the shape of it. So this should not be pear-shaped. Should not be like that at all. So I need 2 belts. Obviously, this would be your selection wheel, right? That normally goes on for here at the end of the day. Oh, that's handed in because that's made my job a lot easier. So that is why it's slow, because it's trying to spin. And look, if I show you guys when I try to move it, it's jumping off the wheel because the belt's gone. So I'll need 2 belts. All I've basically done, if I move the camera, see these screws here. So now I know this in future. You can actually, all you need to undo from inside that plastic tray is undo these 2. You've got one there, and we've got one this side, right? So we've got one on this side. So you undo these, which sits on top of this, right? Which sits on top of these plates here, and they're like a bungee. So you can actually physically see, but you can get, there's a lot of fuses, a hell of a lot of fuses in here, and there are fast burning fuses. So looking at this board, I've had to prop it up and be really careful. But ideally, I don't want to take that wheel out, because that's going to be an headache to be involved, to try to take the wheel to get that taken out, because you know, obviously you've got to have to dismantle all of this, and looking at that, that's not going to be an easy task to try and do. So what it'll probably be easier, look, I mean it's spinning anyway, look, freely. So what I'll do is just give that a clean, and I bet that's going to be the same as the other side. And I can see already we have got a belt problem on the cassette, which I can clearly see the belt slipped. Looks like the belt's gone wide. So we've got the same. So I think you're right. Carrefour said chances are belt problem. I already confirmed that. I said let's try at the end of it. So all this is going to need to get this beast back up and running is 2 belts. I'm just giving you capacitors the once over. Make sure we got no swelling at the end of the day. And I'll tell you what, I don't want to do a recap on this, because this is going to be an absolute headache to recap. There's so many caps on here. At the end of it, I've just lost count. There's endless caps. I mean, I've counted so far 26. I'm still counting. I'm not even going to even contemplate to how many. Is probably close to getting on for about 70 caps on here. Probably even maybe just under. I would say just under 70 caps. We've got pots on there we can adjust. I don't know what that's for. It's probably going to be an output. We've got a chip. We've got a chip that reads an IX 1220. I don't know what that chip is. It's a big chip. It's probably a logic chip, obviously, to tell the machine to drive. And looking at these boards, because again, but there's a hell of a lot of. I mean, that's good news. No, the only downside, I've found one problem. Right, if I get the belt to look at, it looks like I've got to take off to get to that belt, right, to put it on there. So it looks like I'm going to have to take these off to drop this, to actually physically drop this down, because this looks like it's on the plate system. Have we got any screws? Yeah, we've got 2 at the bottom, 2 at the top. So I might have to loosen both of them, just loosen the bottom ones. That gives me clearance to take the top ones out, so this drops, so I can fit the belt around the system itself, around the wheel, the linear wheel. And to get to the motor, which is this motor, which is right at the bottom, and let me have a quick look, which is going to be this one here. It looks like I can get to that. Yeah, look, that is. Look, I've just touched that. Look, that motor is absolutely caped with literally black tar. So this thing is probably, it was working back in the day, but the chances are where this is just sat around for many years and it's just thought it's dusty, it wants a good blowout, which I can do. But that literally pinch roller is brand new. I cannot believe how clean, you know, our original. This has never ever been opened. This is totally 100% original. So in a way, she does work. It just needs a belt, both belts. So it's going to need two belts. It's going to need one belt for the drive wheel, a belt for the selector because that belt's gone, and a belt for the cassettes. So you've got one at the top for the wheel, which won't work because obviously the other belt is completely, looks like the belt's gone underneath that. I'll have to take the top part of the cassette off, take that off so I can gain access to it. The biggest issue is this. This is going to be the big part itself, because looking at that, because it's got a bloody solenoid on it. So this is what I'm saying. So looking at all the way this is manufactured, it's going to, you know, they've well put this together, but it's got a hell of a lot of caps. It's covered in capacitors. It really is covered in I mean, fuses. How many fuses has this got? Looking at the fuses, yeah. Let me show you guys. I'm not lined up. You can clearly see the board itself. So let me move it over, and then I can show you. It's bloody gone loose again now. So let me just tighten that up a bit, and then you can clearly see. So you can have a look that we've got 4 fuses, 5, 6. This thing's got 6 fast burning fuses just on this circuitry alone. And I mean, you know, that's impressive just on that side. That's without the other side, which is on here, and it's circuit boards right on top of the there's obviously a board here underneath on this side. So we've got a board underneath here, and I can see 2 fuses on there. This bloody thing's got more fuses than, you know, than anything else. I've never seen anything like it. As I said, I've never opened one of these up, so this is the very first time opening one of these up. But yeah, not too bad of taking them apart, but not easy to gain access to. So bloody belts. I've just opened. They can do a belt for it, door belt kit as well. Right, let me read your comments, guys. Sorry, because I got so carried away. Right, 2 belt sets for the Sharp VZ500s, the door belt and the Marshall belt. Number is brilliant. Thank you, Pico. I will be ordering that. Get that ordered, because I'm going to have to come back to this. I won't clean none of this up. That will be done on the next video. But I'm not going to put this back together because it's not the easiest to get put back together at the end of the day. So I just wanted to verify that it is 100%. Now we know it is belts. So we've got belt kit for that, and the belt kit for the what's that? From Germany is £20. Well, if that's going to have to be the case, it'll have to be, because getting belts for these are going to be really. Remember, this is what they call vintage, retro stuff, and vintage stuff is going to be expensive. It's not going to be cheap. It's still going to end up being cheaper in the long run, because to find one of these fully working is £500. Even for what I paid and a belt kit, it's not going to be for sale anyway, because I bought it purely because you don't get to see these old things still up and running, which I love any of this. Just like I said, I really should have called my channel the Vintage Channel, because you know, vintage retro, because exactly that's what it is. You don't get this is really class stuff. and it probably wouldn't be cheap back in the days to buy one of these. And I'll do a bit of researching, but I'm pretty sure, without checking the model, has it got a model number? Yeah, it has got a model number. It's got 2020 12. So would that be 2012? So actually, it's not as old as I thought then. On there, it's got 2020 12. Let me show you. Look, I'll show you guys. I'm not lying. Crikey, that's the only thing. Let me. It's got it right underneath. Let me pull it underneath, and I can show you the camera. Right. So right on the bottom, it's right underneath here. It's got 2020 12. So would that be 2012? The 20th month? The 20th day? That could be a manufacture date. No, that's not from 2012. No, I don't know. They do put stickers on these things, but I'll tell you what, whoever said one thing was right, the grease is all dried up. This wants, so I'm going to have to invest in getting some lithium grease at the end of it. It really wants some lithium grease on this. Let me just tighten this up. Sorry guys. Let me put that back down carefully. Bloody camera's all come loose because I keep moving it all up and down. There you go. She's back up and running. So I think what I'm going to do, I'll put this just briefly back. And that's it. She's sitting back on there. Now I'm not going to. I'll undo. I've got to undo the screws for that. So I can undo the screws because it needs to be undone anyway. Because I'm going to have to put these in a bag, obviously. Let me spin this round. So it's round the shot. It's a love. It is. I've got to admit, no, and it's a nice bit of kit to have. You don't get to see these linear record players, with plays both sides. I mean, I've not in the type of conditions that this is in. I mean, I'm making an exception. This has been well looked after. It's been very little used on that front. Now I'm going to take a stab in the dark. I'm going to say it's the red screws that you take off to take the tape deck out. Because again, I've got no schematics on this whatsoever. I'm not saying that you can't get them. Now look, that was on a pin system, so I'll have to be careful there. So I can always come back to this video thinking, where did that come from? So I'll take the top one. So top, bottom. I'll actually put these on a bit of card. And I'll put them in the right orientation. So take that one there, and we'll take that one. Yeah, the Shark was released in 1981 to 82. Wow. Yeah, probably would have. You're right. It was just about the guess from the early 1980s. So this is definitely early. Yeah. What did I say about taking it from there? Now the only downside is something's holding it, and I don't feel something's not right. Let me take that belt out. That belt's cream crackered anyway. Looking at it. So we have got, yeah, that belt's crackered. Look, it shouldn't be that shape. No way should that belt be that shape. So that belt is complete. I mean, it's supposed to be round, but it pings into that shape. So you know what that means. Where that's been left for so long, sitting in one position, this is what's happened to here on the record player. I reckon that's exactly. It's sat into that one spot, not been used for many years, and then what happens where it ain't been circulating and moving around, the belt's gone brittle, and then it started to degrade because it goes like it is rubber. That's what it does. It starts to it breaks down. Let me have a quick look, guys. See what's holding that in. Something's holding it, and I don't want to end up forcing it. Nothing seems to be holding it there. It seems at the bottom. And it is definitely, it's definitely here that's causing the issue. I think I might have to do these don't come out, do they? No, they don't. I don't want to force it, but if I move that record player out of its way, got to be careful because of the circuitry. I don't want to break it. Let me have a quick look, see what's holding it in. It looks like it's been held from this side. There you go. Yeah. And looking at it again, we still can't get to it because the belt's got a metal plate. Am I not surprised for that? So again, I'm going to have to be careful here because I do not want to scratch this up. So let me just go and grab, where's that other cloth? Let's put that cloth over it. Because I don't want to end up scratching all of this up. Because again, getting to access to this is not easy to access. I'll say one thing, this was well put in, definitely well made. There's no two ways about it. Now, we got access to the slider here, so the only downside is you really shouldn't put IPA on them old sliders. They don't take too kind to it at the end of it. It cost everything. It was well back then. Yeah, it was. You're right. I'm thinking back in the days, I don't think how much this all worked out to, but it obviously did work out to some serious money. This is what I was saying about today's stuff. You know, everything now is microchipped. Back in the days when these are out, you know, a radio was a radio. Hence, like this. This was individual parts. If one compartment bit went, it didn't take out the complete system. You used to just say, I could swap the board over, you know, and work on it. This is how the arcades used to work. It was simple. Everything was, but now everything's run by bloody microchipped. So, which is not great because, you know, a microchip now can take out, it could be an important part and completely paralyse the rest of the board. With here, no. I mean, I've just counted 6 fuses on one section. You know, that was without the power supply. That's just coming from the record player. That's impressive. So, it looks like I'm going to have to undo. Let me move the camera around. I can show you guys. So, because of the way these are, the way the wires is, I can't move the wires. Let's see if I can move the wires. Yeah, that's it. That's a bit better. That's it. So, obviously, not the easiest things to gain access to, but it looks like now I need to take out this. Let me move the camera, and then I can show you on that front. So what I want to do is, underneath here is access to the belt. So again, over-engineered it, but they think it was the right way to go to protect all the belt, but not the easiest thing to get to the belts, because I can see already the belt is completely, it's not broke, but she's very loosey. Look, if I grab the belt, look, I'll show you what I mean. Look, here's the belt, and I'm grabbing the belt, so you can actually see it. So the belt is here for the drive belt itself, and she's just virtually, there's hardly any grip on that, hardly any grip at all, and I can see that belt is just bouncing around. I mean, it might be alright, but I'm not going to take, oh no, it's all goopy. Ugh. I've just put my hand in it. I could just see it with the light. There's all that black tar stuff around it. So no, she'll have to come out. That's a shame. Right, okay. Well, this is going to be bloody fun, isn't it? I bet they've done it so you can't gain access to it. So we've got Yeah, I'll tell you now, this has definitely not been opened up. There's no one's been in this. This has been 100% original. Right, you know, they thought, do you know what, leave it alone. You know, and again, you can check online, but if someone's not, lucky enough, someone ain't technically minded thinking, shall I give it a go? And bugger something up and then put it back together, because a lot of them do that. Lucky enough, the old boy that had this, they just said, we just want it gone. And they advertised it on eBay. You know, at the end of the day. So I'm thinking, in a way, it's great, because no one's been in that, and it's only me so far that's been on it. So I've not broken anything yet. So, as Jeremy Clarkson said, how hard can it be? Right, now that's a little bit better. So let me move that, because I wasn't too happy with the way that was on there anyway. So we've got to take all this off. So now what I've done was undone this. It was like one of those wraparound cord things at the end of the day, but you've got to be careful, because you don't want to pinch and break a wire. Remember, this comes directly from the manufacturer, just how it was. So no one's tampered with it. You could obviously see they're not tampered with it. Be good to find a full belt kit for it. Yeah, I'll tell you what, looking at that sound, that was only a little bit. Now again, them old carbon sliders, I got told don't use IPA on carbon sliders. You can actually take the carbon off. It says you're supposed to use, I've got this stuff. Would this be okay, guys? It says it's WD contact, fast drying contact cleaner. Now I've got that because I bought that for contact cleaner. Would that be okay? It says it's a specialist, and it says that you can use it for ports, boards, spark plugs, and it says on here non-conductive cleaner, penetrates quickly and leaves no residue. It's literally electrical equipment contacts. It's plastics and rubber, basically. Now I've got that because I got told don't use IPA, because IPA is completely different. Yeah, oh brilliant. Oh, that's alright, so now I know. I'll leave that out and squirt a bit of that in. Because so straight away I've took one belt off, which is that. Look at all that black, this black bloody tar stuff. It's covered. It's all round that wheel, and there's some on this mechanism as well. So this has to come off. Now again, look at the manufacturer on this. Now this has got a date on this again. 207-2006. Or was that 5? 2005. So was these parts later that they must have used at some point? Because I don't know. Oh, well, I forgot. Bloody bonfire night, innit? Oh, lucky enough. Where's my dog gone? I bet he's gone on the bed. I dropped the box on. The box fell on him, he run. So, no, he's pretty good when it comes to bonfires and the bangs, because I try to get him desensitised to it, because the bloody kids around here, they don't care. There's firing them at people's windows. I wish they would just ban the bloody things. Now I was watching, there was a couple of streams last night, which was actually quite good. Who was actually on? Charles Mott was on. I missed these. I didn't know he was streaming. I would have watched it at the end of the day. Because I see Andy Worms was in. On that front. Jesus, this is one tight bitch to get on. Right, so that's got... So what I've done on that one's got the thing on it. So I need to put that in a corner. What I need to do, I'm marking it out here. And then that way... Then I know where these go back. Right. Here. She's off. Now I'm going to have to be careful here because we've got... Now, I said to you earlier on, didn't I? I said, I bet this will have a twin or maybe 3 belt system. A triple, maybe a double belt, some even a triple belt system. And I can see already, right, and I'll bring the camera in, guys, and I'm not making it up, because I like to put you in a picture and show you exactly what's going on. This is completely, let me grab my torch, because you'll see it with a better light. Now you can actually see that that is literally gone like black tar round the wheel. So, and you can actually see it on the actual belt system itself, which again, looking at that, is covered. So we do have more than one belt for this kit. So looking at here, that belt, so we've got a belt on that one, and that belt, again, looking at that belt, it's not too bad. I mean, I probably could put that in a little drop of hot water and thing on it, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to replace it at the end. But this belt's gone. And it's covered. So let me see. Actually, yeah, that belt has gone. Now, these have what they called wide belts, right? I bought a pack of these. So I'm going to search to see if I might have one in wide belts, because I bought a pack of these wide belts. I bought 2 lots. They come from China. So I might be alright for the belt, but I won't have a big one for that big drive belt, for that linear wheel, because that's going to be massive. But this is all gooped up. It's completely, I think what's actually happened, all that gump might have actually, some of it, because I thought, well, where's it gone? Because I can't see an issue with it. I can't see any gone in here at the end of it, but that wheel is completely covered. So one of these belts is actually disintegrated, and there looks like there's another part. There's another part of a belt system, because looking at that, look, let me show you guys. You can see, if I put the torch there, and you can actually see it, right? Look closely. This has got more than one belt. So we've got a top pulley one, right? Well, where's that go at the end of it? So we've got a top one there and a flat one for this. Did this belt go on to something else? Because one of these belts is completely disintegrated. So this is where the goops come from. So because the other belt, look, if you look, that ain't got no goop on it. If I move the camera over, you can see none of this belt's got the goop. So the top one looks like, right, looking at this, it's one of it's, the top part has got a groove, and look, there's the resistance of the belt. So there was another belt that come off this and went on to something else. Did it go on to another drive part of this linear tracking? Because I can't see in it, because that one there, looking at the one I'm pointing at, I see where it went. Here it is. So it's a 4-belt system. Wow. So it's got 4 belts. So you've got a belt. I've just found the top part. So the bottom part, look, let me move the camera up. There's the existing part of the belt. So let me show you. I can show you the part. There's the other part of the belt. So that other part of the belt went onto that top part, when then you had that one bit on there. So that is 1, 2. So that's 1, 2. So it's 3 parts on there. One at the top, that's 4. That big belt to drive that is 5. It's 6 belts in total. That's mad. That is absolutely, talk about gone mad with belts at the end of it. And that makes sense there, because all the lithium grease is all bloody dried up in it and all. This thing's got 6 belts, 5 to 6 belts. Make sure you clean it all off. That yes, I will do, bud, because I know what's going to happen. You don't want to end up causing that will just smear and that'll go everywhere, then it won't bite. And that's the trouble, because these are made out of oil, because that's what rubber is, isn't it? I mean, look, I've not hardly done anything, and I'm absolutely caked, right? It's all over my hands, right? Look, I kid you not, look, that's just off that drive belt, this belt, and that lithium belt as well. So this is what I'm saying about with these belts. When you leave these things in, this is what happens. So this one section alone has got 3 belts just on this one section. The linear tracker, which is the record player, it's got 2. You've got one big massive one for the drive, and then you've got another one that comes for the counter. So that needs 2 belts just on that. So that is, yes, and then you need one at the top, which is up, obviously, when you look, you've got one up here as well, which I can see. That's the drive. You've got one up here. let me have a quick there. Let me show you. So you've got one up here that it gives it its counter. So there's another belt system up here which goes round this, and then it goes round. So again, comes up here. So that is 4 belts. Yeah, be about right. 6 belt system. Bloody hell, this thing's greedy with belts. So, but unbelievable. But I think you're right. Looking at that, I think what I'm gonna have to do is get this off, because this stuff is not gonna. It's obviously not the. It's just smearing. It's going everywhere, and it's half it's on me, and now it's being smeared on the radio. Because, like you said, this has never been taken apart before on that front. But it's good news that it's not nothing major, but it's not the easiest to work on. Records decks have 3 belts for one. Yeah, you're right. You're probably right. Yeah, I mean, one for the door as well. I mean, I think this system's been managed to put together, but it's like you said, to find these just with belt issues, not heard of. Normally, it'll be a component, and looking at how many capacitors this thing's got, it's colossal. Now, I'm not saying for the slightest that when I put belts on this and start using this, it's not going to develop an issue, because it ain't been used for such a long time at the end of it. And it probably will. It's going to, like you said, soon the more use you put in it, like 9 out of 10 with capacitors, as soon as you start using capacitors, they start losing its capacitance, and then you have issues. You know, you'll start having probably drop voltages, sound, you know, or buzzing, or anything like that. Now you're scratching your head thinking, bloody hell, this ain't going to be an easy fix. But this probably would need a recap at some point in its life, because looking at that, I'd say it's never been touched. I would not like to recap that machine. I 100% Pete, I totally agree with you there, bud. Looking at that, I'm going to say definitely no. Because for that reason, on that front, it's literally, it's not the easiest. And you know it's not the easiest to look. I mean, look what an episode it was at the end of the day. To try and literally just try and put this into perspective, to try and take this apart, it's not the easiest to work on at the end of it. And this is the trouble, it's not the easiest to work on. I'm just grateful. I mean, thanks for checking up, because I'd have had to check up, but after this conversation, after all this, I will have to order that belt. Drive belt is massive. It's going to be a really big drive belt, and that, if I'm careful, I should be able to slip that on, because I don't want to take all that mechanism apart. It's not going to be the easiest at the end of it. I bet it was. What's that? I recapped an AUA 8000E. It was a pain. Kafor, what was that for? Was that one of your vintage stuff? Yeah, because like you said, looking at this has got multiple boards, and this is, like you said, it's not the easiest to work. I'm smearing this bloody black grease stuff everywhere. It was a vintage receiver from 1979. Wow. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like you said, I've got that amplifier over there, that Pioneer, the amplifier that I'm using. That's not had no recap, and already it had 2 blown MOSFETs, and it took a chip out. Lucky enough, the old boy had a chip, because he said trying to get chips for these, he said, it's a nightmare. Lucky enough, what he done, he said, I didn't muck about with the old MOSFETs. I took them all out and replaced them all, and it was worth it. So yeah, that was worth getting done. But with this is a whole new ball game. I'm thinking, this is working, it just needs belts. I'm grateful that it is, because I wouldn't like to try to diagnose, and mind you, trying to find things on here. I mean, it looks like you can take these out and, you know, put these balls look like they just snap out, but they probably don't. But they're easy to gain access to, because, you know, you can pull the plugs out. But my God, this is well engineered. This is the first time I've took one of these apart, and I've never known how complicated they are with the amount of, there's a lot of plastic, and these plastics, looking at these plastics, they've gone dark yellow, and I would say they're very brittle. They won't take much for breaking, definitely, at the end of the day. And that's what I've got to be careful with putting on there. I don't want to end up breaking anything because of the sheer weight. But I need to clean that up because I'm getting covered by the minute, and my hand is getting smothered with literally, you can clearly see, I'm just literally getting covered with just black tar. And the first thing is, that's the old sick stuff. It's like ink. But yes, what it is, it's like black ink. And it's ain't got a smell. I was waiting for one of you guys to say, go on, lick it. I'm not going to lick it, trust me. I'm going to wash my hands and get this on this off. Nasty. I'm going to put my gloves on, I think. Yeah, we've got a Bonzi, little Bonzi, and a Bonzi. Bonzi. I've got more of that tar on my hands, boy. It's unbelievable. Hello, Bonzi. What do you want, you big goofer? Big goofer. No, Goofy. I've got to go and get a thing first. Let's take a banana. Have a banana. Yeah, Dick. Right. You know what I'm going to do, guys? Because I'm fed up. I keep handing that. I'm going to put my gloves on. It's glove time. I'm going to do what Joey does. Gloves. Oh. Put these rotten old gloves on. Because I've just literally, everything's rolling off. Yeah, I can see a burn mark on that, right? You guys can't see it, right? Right along here, right? It looks like it's been multicoloured. Is that because a bit of heat's been going? I can see discolouring here, and I can see discolouring here. It's gone like a rainbow colour. I don't know if you guys can actually pick that up. Oh, fuck's sake. Pick the screws up there. I wonder if you guys can't see what I mean. But right on top of here, you can see like a rainbow effect. It's like a really weird effect. It's rainbowed. You can actually just about make it out. I could just about see it. But that looks like a colour distortion on that board. So it looks like it's been under a bit of heat. Don't know. Strange, no? But already that black bloody tar stuff is trying to get on my hands already, and I've not even started. So this thing's going to need some serious bloody belts. I'm telling you that. Oh Jesus! I'm going to definitely know for a fact. You know what it is? I've got no bloody room to work on anything. Oh, look at that. That's just literally coming. That's literally just coming straight off on that front. And it's really nasty stuff. And it looks like it's gone everywhere. Right. I don't want to use up all my cotton buds and all, because otherwise I think, bloody hell, get the worst of it off. It is coming, that's a lot better, straight away. Nasty stuff. But he's disappeared again. That's got most of all that off. Now, that's going to be a different matter, looking at that. On here, that I'm going to need cotton buds, because there's no way on sort of Freddy Krueger's grave you're going to get that off with a cloth. Oh, we're off. Bloody bangs. But, yeah, that Pac-Man, that's going to be a right episode. That's going to look cool when that one's done. I'll just see it. I thought I'm waiting because Lego is expensive, guys. It is. I didn't realise how bloody dear Lego is. And when you're looking at the price of Lego, Christ, you know, the Millennium Falcon, I see it on there, £700. I mean, come on. The Death Star was £1,000. It was literally for the Death Star. You know. Oh God, this is nasty, nasty. This ain't gonna come off of it. And this is not gonna be the easiest. Where's Andy? I missed his stream because I was out. Right, let's go and pick this up. God, look, already half it's going on my glove. This is not even coming. I'm having issues of getting this off. Hang on, where's my? I bought some of these picks off AliExpress. I've got some little hooks. Yeah, is that a hook? No. One of these is like a little hook. That's it. Here we go. Got like a little hook. It's like for a dental pick. The only downside is I can't bloody pick it up. You know, tip them out. That's the easiest thing, isn't it? And the one I wanted was in there, look. So we've got like a little pick. So I'm going to use obviously something like that. Try and pick this out. Oh look, I've smeared all that bloody black in there. Oh God. Fucking hell, that's terrible stuff to work with. Right, put that there for a minute. It just gets everywhere. You can't get it off. I mean, like I said, I've just washed all my hands. I've got gloves on and all. Jesus. So let's see if I can pick some of this out. It's well and truly, oh look at that. Perfect tool. It's like being back at the dentist. After me, Andy thought I was making about. My tooth actually did come out. My tooth snapped in half. I just left it. I didn't bother going to the dentist because I don't like dentists. So I said on one of the streams, it was Jay Fix's stream. He laughed. God, it's like, it is literally like tar. It is so gooey. It is made a complete and utter mess, and that's all for the sake of leaving the belts. I'm gonna have to try and. This is really not the easiest to work on. I'm getting choked with the bloody fumes, and I've got to try and you got to try and wind the motor. I mean, it's just the top part now. The bottom part's virtually clean. But look, I'm just pulling bloody chunks of this stuff off. I mean, it literally is. It's nasty. I ain't even done the wheel yet. I mean, that's got to come off. Really, that should be cleaned. But I'm gonna have a look for them belts. I think they're in that. I think they're in the top drawer there. And now that bottom part is a lot better. It's really clean. The top part, yeah, we've still got a lot of goo. Yeah, it's still gooed up. And it looks like, can I just squirt a little bit of that? Yeah, can. So, Yeah, it's literally, you know what it is. You have to try and get something really thin. I mean, I'm more pleased about the news that it's just a belt system that we need to actually get this back up fully working. I mean, it's probably going to have such a lovely sound on it. And again, you don't get to see these old Buttes, especially this. This is why I love buying vintage stuff like this, because again, it's nice. And it's got a really lovely sound to it, like them old amplifiers. It's just something about them. It really is something about it. That looks a little bit better, but we're not. That is, Jesus, that's took a lot off. I mean, that's just took all that in one go. So we're still getting there, but what I've done, I'm using the end of this by soaking this with IPA, and then poking that in. Because like you said, this has got to be clean, because of the belt's got to go in. So what I want to do is really, I should line this up. I can go to, I'll put gloves on to tell you. That stuff is absolutely, spray it, what's that? Spray it and let it soak for a bit. Do you reckon? Yeah, actually, trouble is, you can't get nothing in it to soak. I mean, I've got a majority of that off. I mean, that top part, but looking at that, I've cleaned the wheel. The wheel's clean, but we got half a wheel that's stuck with a belt. Actually, while that's there, let's just hook that off. No, that's gone. Oh, for crying out loud. No, that one there, let me pull it down, guys, so I can show you. I've just tried to hook that off, right? Let me, because you can't see, and it's the way I've designed it. I'm trying to do this one here, right? So we've got this one. It's still got half a wheel attracted, half a belt attracted to it. Let me spin it round, and you can see. I've just tried pulling it out of the hook, and it's just gone to mush. So yeah, half of that, as soon as I try picking it out, it's going like oil. And this is what's happened. It's literally, you know, it's like, it's not like glue, but it's just nasty. Let me pick it out from the other end, see if I can try and move it out. Yeah. Well, that's lucky. I pulled a big piece of that, but it's making a mess. It's just making a mess. I mean, literally, just look at that lot, what I've just picked off. That was just that 1/4 section at the end of the day. And then you can see, this is the trouble, what you're up against. Because you're trying to... I don't want that just going everywhere. This bloody stuff is so messy. Let's see if I can try to... and it's getting... The trouble is, I don't want to touch the cloth, because the cloth's getting covered in this black goop. It's just smearing it everywhere. I mean, I ain't even done that bloody big dry belt on that, you know, the turntable. The old boy, the young son that had... It was clearing out his dad's place, because this was his dad's, apparently, before he passed away. And he did turn around and he said, he did check online. He said it could be a number of reasons. So he said, I didn't attempt to repair, because I don't understand it. So he said, I sold it for spares or repair at the end of the day. He said, can you, if you do get it working, can you post and put it on? I said, yeah, I'll post it. I said, like at the end of the day. I said, the main thing is, I said, I'm hoping I can get this resolved. I said, but the only issue that I'll end up having is getting parts for it. And, well, I'm not wrong there, am I? Trying to get bloody bits for this. I was going to say it's not impossible at the end of it. Let me move that up, guys, because you're in the way there. It's a bloody real thing. So, I've got that section there. I'm trying to work with the wheel. I'm still trying to dig that out. I've got a little bit left in the wheel to do, but that other wheel is covered. It's now I've took most of it out. This is why I wanted to get a stream done, but I didn't expect to come back with this today, because normally these fetch anywhere from about £100 upwards, some even more, you know, not working. And to find this one partly working, he did say the radio worked, not great, it's probably because it didn't have a thing on it, but yeah, looking to actually just find the cause is great, because that's what you really want. You just want to find the cause for this. But there is some other vintage stuff that I'm looking out for. I mean, I wanted one of these linear record players, because these are lovely. You can't get these. These are not many left of them at the end of it. I've got to sort that reel to reel out. That's got a belt problem. But that's not, again, mechanical. It's, if here's a scale of 1 to 10 to work on, that's a 10 plus. It's horrendous to work on. It's on that. It's not the easiest. I mean, you really have got to get right in there, because I don't want to end up putting this new belt on. Because once you put the belt on there, I mean, how long does it take for that belt to disintegrate like that? How long would you guys say? I would say it's got to be, for it to disintegrate off the top of my head, I'm going to say about at least 7 to 10 years. At least. Maybe longer. You know, it's like you said, it takes a long time for these to start degrading like that. The belt would normally just snap. But for it to go like oil, ouch. You know what it is? Where that fucking oil has gone all the way in, it's gone right in the crevice. It's literally got right in. And the trouble is, if you don't, that belt's got to sit snug in there. And you don't want to end up putting that goop all on that new belt. Well, I don't, which I don't really fancy. So, I'm going to say that is near enough there. That's near enough there. That's a, not, I've got I would say I've got 90% of that off. The 10%'s gone right in the crevice, which I can show you. Like, it's gone right in the crevice itself. But it ain't done bad comparing. I've got all that off on that front, so you can clearly see. Let me point the camera so it don't saturate the light at the end of the day. So you can clearly see that I've got a good portion of that off. I think that'd be fine for putting a new belt on, but I'm going to still keep giving it. I think the longer you leave it, I think the longer it's for that, but it includes for how many years. Yeah, you're right. I mean, you know, it is just a guessing game, isn't it? I mean, how long do you have to leave something? I mean, 9 out of 10, these normally could probably get left, probably put into a loft, I would say. And that's where looking at some of these stuff is, you put it in a loft and forget all about it, because it's so easily done. You're thinking, oh, you know, oh, I didn't even know I had that up there. And that is so common, you know, because like you said, you don't realise how long this stuff's going to be sitting around for. It could be, they might have been sitting up there 10 years, 20 years plus. I'm thinking, bloody hell, I didn't even know I had that in the loft. You know, and all of a sudden you dig it out, you think, oh no, it's not working. You know, I'm amazed it actually, you know, like I said, with all of these old electrics, especially this type of equipment, this is vintage Vintage don't like to be sat around for that long periods of time. But it's one thing I ain't seen Andy work on. I've not seen Andy work on any vintage stuff. I'd like to see that, because again, you don't get to see this stuff. I love it. I mean, I can't get enough of the old vintage gear. And it's not, I suppose it's not the everyone. I mean, Andy gets in what he has to get, but I would like to see someone on his channel. I like to see him get his hands on some of the old vintage retro toys, like the games consoles, like the Ataris or the Spectrums. Because I'll tell you what, I've got some vintage printers. Yeah, I've got a vintage printer, and it's a dot matrix printer. I don't even know if that works. It come in that box with all the other stuff. But again, I can't even if I powered that up, I ain't even got. I don't think they use what they call parallel ports, don't they? On them, didn't they have them on the old 486 computers, parallel ports? Because it was like you said, it was the type of old vintage stuff it was back in his days. But yeah, I'd like to see Andy. I mean, I know he struggles with some electrics because not everything's fixable at the end of it, and it ain't. It's not easy. You know, I was quite lucky on this case that nothing's really gone major on this. It's just a visual thinking, I bet that was a belt. And I guess my theories were right. It was just a belt. But I've got to get that tar off. I cannot leave that on there because that is just going to make a mess on the new belt system. I'll tell you what, guys. I think I've got a little bit more to do on that. But I'll tell you what, that ain't done bad. That's not bad at all. I'm going to let that soak. I'm going to try and clean this one up here. And see if I can get that cleaned up. This is getting absolutely hammered with, and I'm smearing it around. So what I should do is put that in the wash and go and grab another one. I've got loads of these because I use them for everything. Not the easy. Oh, look, that's got smeared all over that bloody plate. I knew it. I was doing it because of that was all smearing. I went, I bet that's fucking smearing everything else up. Now it's all gone on the bloody dry plate. Look, I can see it. It's all gone back of the plate there, and you can see. Look at the colour disarray. Can you guys see that? I mean, literally, it's left a pattern on that plate itself. That's unbelievable. I've only just noticed that. That's probably just sat there in that one position for so long. Wow. I hate breathing these fumes in. Yeah. Oh, God. The dot matrix printer and the ribbon one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, actually, I forgot about them. Yeah, you're right. There was a ribbon one. You know, goes to show really old school is, isn't it? It makes me laugh. You know, it's like you said, you don't get to see some of that. You don't get to see some of this this wonderful stuff no more. I mean, I was really lucky with my BBC Micro. That's brought back to like brand new factory condition. I'll tell you what, I wish there was more channels on it about with this, with all these, you know, vintage repairs, because you know, people don't do enough for it. Mendit Mark, he's great with his channel. He has a bit of everything, and he's really good. I mean, Retro 6 with Luke, yeah, he does a bit of everything. He does mainly work on games consoles at the end of the day, because that's all he deals with now. But he only deals with mainly handhelds. He said because he can turn it around quite quickly and work on the next one. He said, I don't want nothing that's going to take me time up when he's working on these. And at the end of it, and you know, it depends. It's what you get used to working on. I had a look. He was doing a mod yesterday for the PlayStation 1 mod, and I went on his website. He's updated some mods on his website, and the PS1 mod, which is the X, what was it called? It was called the X something. I don't know. It was called the X Frontier for the PlayStation 1 mod. Yeah, with the mod with his work, right? It has to be working for it to do. You're looking close with the HDMI port and his work. You're looking close to just under £300. Now that's some serious amount of thinking. You know, some people haven't got that type of money. You know, clearly not. I mean, that is it's a shame because, like you said, they're not the easiest things because you've got to mod the CPU. You know, so that's not going to be for novices like ourselves because that's not the easiest to work on at the end of it. I mean, just to buy the board, the actual mod board itself is £45, and then you've obviously got you need some really good soldering skills. And I see him, even he said it's not the easiest thing to work on at the end of the day. Now he's been doing his job for God knows how a lot longer than Jay does tech. So Retro 6 has been doing his stuff for a very long time. That's probably why he's as good as what he does. But the downside is it's not cheap to actually, if you want it done, you know, not everyone's got 300 notes to actually thinking, do you know what, yeah, I'll probably get that done, but which is a serious amount of money. Look, I'm still pulling, look, it's still bloody chunks coming, look, and it's all fucking on my hands and all. That's unbelievable. That's what I said about wearing gloves. That stuff is fucking unbelievable. Literally, it literally just gets it everywhere, doesn't it? I mean, there's no exaggeration. Let's see if I can try to pick that. All I keep hearing is it'll probably go right on to about 1 o'clock in the morning, that bloody all that racket. I just feel it's not that, it's the animals. I mean, my mum's got my sister Staffy before she moved to Australia because she couldn't take her, he couldn't take him over there, and he's absolutely petrified of fireworks. At the end of the day, I mean, it can actually give dogs a heart attack. You know, that's not no fun, is it? I mean, you know, the animals are now have to suffer at the end of it. Well, that's got, I would say, guys, looking at that, that's as clean as I'm going to get that. I've got I'll say I've got about 97% of that off. I'm not really into modding things. About three individuals worth, but the original thing's worth money, more money in the long term. If it's like this. There's no way on God's green earth I'd put this through, you know, thinking, you know, I like leaving things, I totally agree. I mean, alright, have a second one and then mod it, but don't have a stock one at the end of it. You know, it's like people with cars. Prime example, they do exactly the same, and I went, now why have you done that to a lovely car like that? BMWs are a prime example of it. They take a stock car, they put all these fancy stickers and go faster stripes, and I laugh. I go, well, it ain't going to make the car any bloody quicker, is it? At the end of it. Oh, God. Sorry, guys, it's even smeared all at the bloody bottom. I've just seen it. Jesus. It's got everywhere. How the heck has it got up here? I mean, that's still a lot of money now to mod it, if just to play your games. At the end of it, £300 is not, you know, I wouldn't say that is pocket money. I mean, some people haven't got that type of money to put in their budget, especially if there's kids. But I say it's not just for kids. Kids ain't really interested in retro. It's the old folks like ourselves. When you're 50 plus. There's not many of us still going about thinking, nah, you ain't playing games, surely not, that's meant for kids. Like, you know, I'm more into my consoles and computers and my retro stuff. That I'm always into. No, I will never get tired of that. Never. Fucking smeared everything up. That is absolutely no. You can clearly see it, guys. This one's going to put up a fight. Now I've cleaned that wheel. Now you can clearly see I've cleaned this one up here. It's all nice and clean, right? There's a tiny little bit, and I cannot get the pick in there to try and pick that out because I've tried my best. And I don't want to go too mad because, again, you break the lugs on these, good luck, because you will not get apart. And that would be a disaster. This is why working on vintage retro is obviously not the best thing to work on. Because, like you said, plastics, 90% is made of bloody plastic. Even back in the early 80s, you know, at the end of the day, they didn't skimp on it. You know, it's not me. They did use some mechanical, because you can clearly see this is mechanical. It's all made out of metal. You know, God, that stuff. Oh, great. Yeah, and then that don't work. Right. So what I need to do is plug that. Sorry guys, give me 1 minute. Let me just grab me torch. Is that USB port is playing up? Plug the OBS and plug that one back in. We got the mouse working, yay! Yes, we got working. Right, finally. What it is, I've got a USB port and it's giving aggravation, obviously. We're back. Good. So, what it is, I bought, this is the trouble when you buy stuff from AliExpress or YouTube. I bought a USB port, which I mounted up here, right? Because I find it's just easier for me to put it up here. This thing was £4 something. But, obviously, I plugged the USB ports in, and 1 minute's working, and then it don't, you know, it all lights up. Well, it won't at the minute, it's no power. But I'll have to have a look why that's not issued. Because my camera, so what I've done, I've pulled the capture card out, because I'm not using it at the minute, and plugged my mouse in, and then it's working. So yeah, it's that was causing the issue. Because obviously I've got an extension cable up here and I've wired it direct. It's like a fucking jumble of, yeah, look, this is what I'm saying about jumble of wires. You know, everything up here is just all junked up. That's what I said. I ain't got no room when it comes to working, so I've got all my stuff up here. I mean, I still ain't got round to mending what the dog broke. Still ain't got round to mending the Buddha, because the dog broke the Buddha. So I've got to put that at some point, because his towel whipped it and broke it. So, well, I'm glad it's back up and running. That black tar is smeared, and I kid you not, it's smeared everything. It's all over the towel. It's made a right pig's ear of all this, I tell you. And that's still trying to get it all out of that wheel. So, which is not the easiest, and it don't help, because it feels like I'm sitting under a sun lamp, and that fucking thing is absolutely cooking me, and absolutely melting. But that stuff is an absolute headache to work, to try and even to clear it. I knew this wasn't going to be a fix. I just had a gut feeling. But the main point is belts. Once I get that, I think I've got some belts to fit this. I've got one. I've got for a fact. I've got a belt to fit this one, right? So this ain't going to be a problem. Have I got a belt to fit the smaller ones? That's a different matter. I mean, lucky enough, I have got some belts here, so I can compete against them and get near enough the right size. The only one I'm not going to get is for that linear drive, that big record player. I will not have one for that, because it's just going to be, that's going to be a no-no. Just a complete and utter no on that front. You know what I could have done with? Like a flat-end screwdriver. Where's that IPA? You know, now the IPA's gone walkabouts. Yeah, that's it. Glad we got the sound back. That's the main thing. Fucking that USB drive. Absolutely, it's what you get for buying fucking China rubbish. You know, they manufacture this stuff. You try and make your streams as interesting as possible, right? By buying all these tools and kits and things. But it's like everything. It's ironic, really, isn't it? I mean, you've got a radio sitting in front of you that's been around, right, since the early 1980s, and I kid you not, right, all it needs is just a belt to get this up and running. But this thing's outlived everything else that's been made in China. I mean, that's probably why stuff in China is manufactured so cheap on the basis. But then it ain't cheap when you buy it, because the time you buy all you have to pay all the import and duty taxes. It ends up being bloody expensive. you read your comment, bud. What did you put? That USB hub you showed needs an extension power. The jack around the port. Oh yeah, you're right. It did have a little port at the back of it. The power plug. Plug that into and it should give you enough power. Right, because all that's pulling is 5 volts from the USB. You're right. So that probably wouldn't. I didn't get one with it, but you're right. So what would you say? 5 volts for that to go in? Because that has got a little tiny port thing that you need to plug power into that. So I suppose the more USBs I plug in, that probably would pull more power from that one USB port. Wouldn't be enough, and hence that's what's causing the issue. So there probably is nothing on that. Yeah, 5 volts. Thought so. So yeah, you're right. Boost that up by 5 volts. Give that an extra 5 volts with the 5 volts coming off on that. So with the 5 volts coming in from pulling from the, I think the USB ports pull roughly around about 5.2, 5.1 volts from a USB port. Put them in multimeter, I'm pretty sure that does. So another 5 volts going in would then would give that roughly near enough 12 volts. In near enough about 10 volts for current. So I suppose that would power up the existing USB port. So then it ain't putting a strain on the 5 volts on that. On the equivalent, it's often 500. Oh right, 500 milliamps. It's as much as 500 milliamps. Wow. I mean, that's quite a lot, isn't it? Pulling from a USB port. Because again, they don't tell you none of that. Yeah, if you want, if you want to brick that, that's roughly around about 5. If you want to brick, that's like 5 volts, 2 amps. Yeah, you don't want 2 amps. Yeah, I probably won't put 2 amps into it, because most of the power supplies on them are normally a 1 amp power supply at the end of the day. So yeah, that's probably why there's not much voltage going through the USBs for the computer on that front. Look at this, look, I'm still pulling this off, guys. I kid you not. This stuff just is a nightmare to try and get off. And it's not the easiest to try and get that shitty stuff off. I mean, it's gradually, it is going. I mean, let me zoom in and then I can show you. It is going, and it's all getting off in there. Mine is powered by 5 volts, 1.5 amps from the power supply. So if I try and aim it for, I'll have to have a look because I've got a box of power supplies. So I'm pretty sure. Oh, fucking hell, smell of that IPA. You really don't want to breathe that gear in. Okay, that's going to do me asthma in a world of good. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I've got a power supply. If I look for 5 volts, about ideally 500 milliamps, but realistically that's not going to happen. Not with power supplies, they won't give you that. That is definitely getting it. He's digging it out. No, if you want to go higher, 1.5 to 2. Right, okay, bud. I suppose because that's a 7-port USB hub. So yeah, then you're turning switches on and off and they light up blue. Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's why I bought it, because I just find it's easier, because I've only got 4 ports on my PC, my ex PC, before I built that one behind me, and that's exactly it. So I wanted to, they didn't put enough USB ports into these anyway, so that's why I bought that. But obviously it's running into issues because I had to get the extension cable. Fucking hell, literally, you wouldn't think that. Now that literally looks like there was nothing wrong with that at the end of it, and there's still shit inside it. And I kid you not, that stuff is gone like liquid. It's like literally liquid tar. It's like liquid tar, and it's nasty. You cannot get anything in there, even with a tiny pick, because I bought all these picks off AliExpress, and I thought, like, I'm trying to pick out as much as I can, but I don't want to break it, because again, this stuff is really, really brittle. I mean, it is a lot better than what it is, again, but it's not great, and I am still pulling it out, because if that belt don't grip that and it sits in that smears, that just go everywhere. Pico, I use 1.5 amp, so I don't overpower anything. Yeah, you're right, because of the sensitive, I plugged it into using the ports, and then yes, 2 amp would be better. So one or 2 amp would be for the ports. So I'm pretty sure I have got some power supplies. I've just got to make sure I've got a connector, because I bought these ones off here, and they use, because again, it's nice to have all. It's true what JFix says. Sometimes when you're doing these repairs and you're trying to, after time, you're trying to fetch around and you think, fuck me, I ain't got a tool, I need a tool for that. So I bought these, and they run on USB Type-C connectors, you know, so actually it's actually quite good. So you've got all of these, and again, there was £3 something off AliExpress. Bloody ridiculous at the end of it, and it just makes your job easier. I mean, I've already got a load of them barrel jack connectors anyway, but you know, these ones just power off straight. I've got a USB type connector up there, which is 5.2 amps. It can feed it. Is it 5.2? That is 5.2 amp, 5.2 volts, 3 amps. So 3 amp is going to be overkill. That's what it outputs. Look, I'm still pulling this out, guys. Literally, I'm still pulling this out. You believe that? I mean, there can't be much more left in there, and that is because of that nasty, nasty tar. I mean, I've done well at picking all that out, but I mean, I can clearly see, but it still wants to go in there. You don't want a mouthful of it either. It's not nice. Yeah. Tastes like chicken. It tastes like chicken. Now, if that was Andy doing the stream, I was saying, go on, Andy, lick it. Lick it. Pete Worms does, and all winds him up. Andy cracks me up on his streams. He loses it. He does lose it sometimes. He says, I don't lose it. He does lose it. Now that's cleaned that up quite nicely, but again, if I do that again, I've got for IPA. I mean, I've got a bottle of the bloody stuff, but I find the can spray is a lot easier. Yeah, I've got tons of them of adapters I've collected over the years. I've got a box of them, but these ones, them ones I just showed you, run off USB Type-C's, which then I could just plug it straight in, and then I can go from there. Jesus, I'm trying to find a clean bit on the cloth, so then I can put that in. So what you got to try and do, you're trying to put this in, turn it, and clean it at the same time. I mean, that is now, I would say, I'd be happy with that. That's cleaned a good 95%. You're never going to get the residual 0.5% from that wheel. You're just not. And I've got a tiny pick on that. I mean, look, you can clearly see. I am picking this off. I've got to be careful because I don't want it. So look. So I did pick that off. And you can clearly see I have got that. So So it is getting little bits of that off, but I'm trying to get it as clean as I can, so it just makes it a lot easier. Science wood. Oh, what's that? So yes, so I've cleaned the top one. That now looks lovely. I would say it's a lot better than what it is. We've got none of that residual muck that's on there. That's all now taken off. I mean, like I said, there's no point putting belts on this. That stuff has to be cleaned off no matter what at the end of it, because you're just going to run into problems. Do you know what? Fireworks ain't exactly cheap, are they? And people saying, I ain't got no money for fireworks. Well, they must have money, because bloody fireworks ain't cheap to buy. So, and then they plead poverty, saying, we ain't got no money. No, you just bloody blew it all on fireworks. I mean, the last time I went to a firework display when I was a bloody kid. Why would you need it? Everyone else is letting their fireworks off. You might as well just stand out your window and just let it and watch a show for nothing. Let them burn their money. I mean, I bet they ain't bloody cheap to buy them things anyway. I mean, all you're celebrating... Yeah, actually, that's a good point. What are you celebrating? Guy Fawkes? What, so you're watching him burn on the you know... But, yeah, because he tried to blow up Parliament, didn't he? Guy Fawkes. Well, actually, it wouldn't have been a bad thing now. I wish he bloody did. See, you literally wouldn't have had to worry about the mess it's into at the moment. Now, guys, I'm going to leave that. I'm going to say that is... I've got that. It's as close as I'm ever going to get that, like the top. Right? You're never going to get every residual trace off that. It just won't. It's just far too much on there. Right? I've got a really, I'll show you in a minute, but I've got a really good portion of that off. The wheel is lovely squeaky clean. Right, there's none on the top wheel, except for residue that I put my bloody fingers all over it. Right, so there's none inside that wheel. So what I'm going to try and do now is source some some belts. Because, again, I have got some of these belts. Because I did buy it. So now I can take my gloves off. I'm not going to get covered in that bloody oil. Because it's got literally everywhere. That was amazing how quickly that pulled that off. So, belt time. Right. Yeah, we did have some belts. Yeah, good luck, Dick, trying to find them. Right, these look like belts. They do feel like belts. I know where I roughly put them. What's that? No, not in them. Got batteries. Got a bloody swap shop here. I can't believe that radio says Walrus. Jesus. Fuck me, how sticky is that? Yes, yeah. So I was right. So I bought... I knew they was up there. So we got a pack of belts. So I always buy a pack of mixed belts. Because remember, when you're dealing with this vintage stuff, you want to make sure you got them. Because for that reason, it's, you know, you're going to run into a problem otherwise. You think, oh bloody hell, the belt's gone. So what I need to do now, if I move this over, what I need to do now is source. Look at all this fucking shit everywhere. It's absolutely a nightmare. Jeez. So, at least if I can get the tape deck working, it's a win-win. So what we need to do, so one was already destroyed, right, and there's no more belts on this. All the belts have been taken off. These are the remaining 3, but it needed 4, right? So there's 4 belts in total on here. Now I won't know that other belt, is because, like I said, you need to put this back. But what you can do is use a rough guide. So this is the first one. So what first one I need to do is source the first belt. I can move the chair down. Right. Lovely jubbly. Right, first belt. No, they're too thick. Right. Now I've got some. Now these ones are wide belts. Now these ain't wide belts. Now I did have some wide belts. Let me. I'm gonna have to find. I bet I'm not gonna have a belt as wide as that. You know. Fucking know it. At the end of the day. Right. That looks too small. So that's a no. Now these are mixed. So we got thick, thin. Oh, jeez. Oh, it's alright. It's on me lap. Right. No. No. We're not going to have them ones, are we? But what's the chances of having the right belt for these? Oh, Jesus. Trying to find. I remember Woolworths. Yeah. I ought to because I've worked in it. So when that come up, that made me laugh. I actually think, no, they got a Woolworths radio. What's the chances? Do you know what? That one might do that one there. Right? So let me just grab that. But this one's a thin belt. It's not a wide belt. Yeah, look. It's fucking... That junk is fucking... It's even over that belt. Bloody Nora. I've just touched that belt. It's fucking put all that black tar all over my hands. Jesus. It's nasty. It's like... It's like squid ink. It's literally... It just gets everywhere. It sticks to your hands. Right. I'm not touching that one no more. I want this type of belt. I'm making a right pig's ear out of this lot, you know. Jesus. Right. I can't read that. Just put the glasses on. It's fucking terrible, isn't it? I had to put the goggles on. Let me move the camera in, bud. You can see. So, yeah. I used to use, yes, back in the days, you're right. Which I did do for my cassette Walkman at the end of the day. Which I still got my original. I'll show you. I've had this since 1983. 1983. This is my Sony Walkman, which I've still got, which on there. I put a new belt, but I used to put with my little Sony Walkman. We had the mega bass on it. I used to use elastic bands. Worked well. Do you know what? I've not even recapped this. I've had this all these years. Made out of plastic. It's cheap rubbish, really, at the end of it. It's a Sony, right? Sony always was good branded stuff. It still bloody works. I mean, I can't even... It's amazing how this thing still works. It turns on. But I have to put notes on it, because otherwise I know. Like, I've put new belt, put on, 4th and the 9, 24. And it still works. I still take this to work. I still play my cassettes through my Walkman, but the batteries last about an hour. Then the batteries seem to die. So on that front, but yeah, classic with them type Walkmans. But I have got another one of them. My first repair when I was 10 years old. The eject button was that the eject belt had gone. And the CD player, and you used elastic band. Yeah, see, that's old school stuff. Because you're thinking there was no tutorials back in them days. So you're thinking, what would work? You know, 9 out of 10. You used to go in there, buy assorted plastic bands at the pan shop, and you think, you know, that's all right. We can well, it wasn't a pan back in them days. It It's a lot less than that at the end of it. But yeah, you're right. You could easily get away with doing it like that. Now, these look like the belts that I need. So, looking at these ones, I'm going to say that looks more closer. So I knew I'd had one of these. Now that looks more like it there. I had a Walkman, the Walkman Sharp, the G7080P. Wow. I've got another nice Sony one, but it's got capacitor leakage. I've not got round to look at it. It's buried in the cupboard at the end of the day. So what I'm going to do now, that belt that I've just found. Oh. What's up with this arm? What is up with this cheap rubbish? Doesn't know if it can work around it no more. Right, I'm just going to leave it there. It's fucking not boss taped on it. So we've got one round here. It's got to go round here. Right. That works lovely. Right. There's no. That's the right length. Right. So on one belt now, I've sorted. Right, so that is now, I can scrap that other belt. That's just about the right tension. That is working lovely. So we now need one that goes from here to here, and we're also going to need one from the top part as well, so which is that big one. So now I can get rid of that old belt. That one is now done. I'll need to find my other belts, because I've got wider belts. I know I have. We do have some wider belts. Like that. That looks more like that. Yeah. Now I've just pulled this one out of this drawer. Right. Now this is the original. I don't want to keep touching it because it's fucking rancid. Right. Let me just show you guys so I can show you I'm not lying. At the end of the day. Oh, what's crying out? What's going on with this bloody things? Right. So this is this one's the original belt, right? Fucking covered in goop, right? That's the original. That's come off that big drive one. Now I've got this medium size, not as wide as that, but it has got some resistance, right? That looks like the right size that should be. And that looks the perfect size. It's not overstretched. The other one's overstretched. Right? Now the other one looks slightly... Let's put that there. So, I'm going to say, stab in the dark, that will do the job. Right? That will go over that belt system. That will sit on there. This is why you have to have a flat belt. But every time I touch it, I'm getting gunk off it. But... I'm one belt short. Now I've sorted that drive belt out, which is great because I'm glad I did. I still need one to source I'll put this on there and then you can clearly see. Right. So this bloody arm, this arm really wants sorting out. Got one of Mickey Mouse fucking arms on it. It's just, it's not impressive. Anyway, right. So I've sorted that big belt out at the top here, up here, right? Because you can see the kink in it, and it's stretched, right? But it's had that black tar all over it, half of it, because I'm still getting covered in it. So I would say that looks about the right tension, because you don't want to put too much tension on the motor, because you're going to slow the motor down, which is going to affect its wow and flutter. You're going to get wow and flutter on it anyway, but you don't want to put too much where it's pulling on that front, because what will happen, you'll run into issues. So there's a top one, which is now got to go to the, it looks like it has to go to the bottom part. So the top part of this has to go to the bottom part of that, because this will be flipped over. So now I need, because that belt is snapped, I don't know its correct value of what type of pulley that is from there. So what I need to do is put that back and guide it and roughly guess, which is not going to be that size. So we've got that one there is finished. We can put that, is that finished? Yeah, that is, because look at this, that's oval. So we can't use that. So that's an old one, we can bin that. So I've sorted that one out. That's about as wide as I'm going to get it. I now need to just, no, that's too tight. Fucking hell. That looks, that could be it. That could do. I'm going to have a stab in the dark and have a go at that one now. So the top one's got to come off first, because the way this belt system is so complex. You've got to put this belt on first. One of these belts on first. Did that? Yeah. This is the only thing with the belting system. It's so complicated. That feels. If that goes on there, yeah. Look, there's still. How the heck? There's still more of that goop. Wow. Wait, guys. Let me wipe that off. Fucking hell, Jesus. It's still even on my bloody. Yeah. There's some of that goop down the bottom. Let me wipe that off. It is. There you go. Oh my God. Right. Put that up there. We got another cotton bud. Fucking hell. Actually, I won't use cotton buds. I'll wipe it. It's all fucking smeared up down the bottom. It's fucking, that stuff is absolute. It is. It's like squid ink. It's nasty. Get yourself elastic bands. Bands outside. I'll tell you what. Yeah, look. I'm still pulling that off. You wouldn't believe it. It's even fucking managed to get all on top part of the board. That's unreal. It's literally. This stuff just seems to get everywhere. Right. That just feels a little bit. Yeah, it's not. I don't really. I mean, it's the only thing with these type of belts, because you need the right belts for it. I mean, you know, you don't want to put too much tension, but you want enough tension, if you sort of know what I mean. I'm going to say that might just do it. So let me put that on first. Then I've got to put the other one back on, which is this one. That's got to go on top. Jesus, it's like complex of fucking navigating your way around a solar system. Right, that's nice there now. And then, how the heck are you supposed to do that then? So, you've got to put, that is so complex. You've got to put that on then, and then you've got to put all this around. Is that this? Looks like lithium grease. Can't have that on there. Jesus, that's fucking. I've washed my hands and I'm still getting it. Where's all that coming from? Jeez. I'm just getting black ink everywhere. Jeez. Jeez Louise. Seriously? Really? Right, so I think this is this goes. What you do, you have to put one. Oh my God, this is not working out. Right, take that off. There's two guide pins, and I'm pretty sure these guide pins here, you can sit it over, right, for one. Yeah. What you do, you put it, there's two plastic lugs. And I think this is what it's guided for, right? So you put it over the plastic lugs, then it keeps it taut, right? So there's these two plastic overlay plugs, and then once this sits over it, you then lift that over and then it clips on. I think that's how it does it. Because there's no way of holding this all in. And that is too complex. That's really complex to try and do this multiple system. Right, so that's how it sort of sits. So I've put the belt system, so you've got to put the bottom belt on first and then clip it on top of here, so it sits in front of this hole. And then you put the top one on that drives the top, which is the wheel. And then you need the other one, once that's on, then you put the big wheel one on top, and so it sits over the other existing one. Then you put this back, he says. Let's see if he's right. And that is not the easiest to try and put all this back on. No, that's clips off. And it looks like that's going to be the case. So now I've got to put that back on. These have got to sit back into play. Jesus, they have not made that the easiest to work on. That not the easiest at all. So we've got that there. Is that broke? No. So that sits into that sort of that relay. There's like a little clicky click click click. So I need to put some screws back, which would be 4 screws. So how many screws? No, 3. So 3 screws. So it'd be the red screws, wouldn't it? No, the red screws went at the top. There was 4 in total. I don't know. I can't remember. Can you guys remember? No, 4. The red screws went at the top, so it wasn't none of them at the end of it. Let's put all these back in the bag. Get your elastic bands out. Yeah. Well, that'll save me on the elastic band, so then hopefully all I'll have to buy is just that big massive drive belt, which I will not have. I assume these 2 will come off these. Right, compared to I've bloody buried everything and keep touching everything that keeps being. I'm just going to put one back on. No, I'll make that 4 because there's one up here. No, that wouldn't be right. These ain't the right ones. No, there'd be 4 in total, and I've just found them where they are. Right, so we've got 2 there. It'd be these, because look, there's 4 screws sitting here. So it is these ones. The right screws for the right job. Tell you what, I wouldn't like to do this too often. Now them belts are still on. So what I'm going to do first, if I show you guys how I've done this system, and then you can clearly see, right? So if I move this up, you can actually see the camera, which is better. So you can clearly see what I try to do. So on the actual band bit itself, on here, the belts are now in place. So what I need to do is the wide belt needs to go on the wide section, small belt needs to go on to that other little small section. So what I need to do is it says I need my tweezers. I have to be really careful here, otherwise I'm going to have to do all this again, which is going to be frigging frustrating. Right, the top one is on. Right, top one's on, and the bottom one, that belt is not the right size, guys. It's got to come back off. Needs to be smaller. It's just loose. No. All right. And again, I don't think that belt is supposed to. I don't know if that belt is supposed to sit in front like that, because it looks like it's hitting the belt, which is not great. Yeah, that don't feel right. That's not sitting right. But that bottom part of that belt, no, definitely not. At the end of the day, that is definitely not the case. So it's gonna have to. That's what I said. Put one screw back in. Looks like it's gonna have to come back out. I had an inkling it was going to be the case, because again, you're guessing to try and get the right belt. So that belt's got to be smaller. It's got to be snug fit. But it's a guide, which is good, because now I know at the end of the day. Yeah, the idea of that, I didn't like the idea of that one there. So the top one's okay. It's this one. It's obviously too big. So obviously we can't use that type of belt, which is a shame. Back out with the belts. So them two fine. It's just this middle one I need to sort out. So now I've got near enough. Could be that, you know. Yeah, could be. Let's try and source it. That feels better. That feels a lot better. Feels a bit more snug. Right. Second round two. So let's put that one back on there. So I mean, with these old systems, these are not the easiest things, are they? I mean, you can imagine of the works involved with these things, trying to get replacement parts on. I mean, they are lovely. They have, I've got to admit, I'll make an exception. They do have, they're really nice to, you will never see a lovely piece of mechanical system like this ever again, because you probably won't. And there's definitely getting a lot more few of them at the end of the day. That's why I wanted to restore that Sharp radio. It's just a shame that the you know, the transformer was kaput. There's not a lot I could do. It's just, it was just a very unfortunate part. That's better. That's better. So that belt was placing, that part was hitting that belt, which I wasn't happy with that. Mind you, it's in parallel with that thing, so I don't get that. Ah, now you know why? It wasn't sitting in the hole. Fine, it's done it now. Right, now I've put it in the right part. So let's put one screw in, because it's got to hold this plate down. Otherwise, I can't. It'll all move about, which is not ideal. It's the only thing when you're dealing with this vintage gear. So you tend to find that it's really fiddly to work with, and it's not the easiest. It's like you said, these things don't like being mucked about with, and this is where you've got to be so careful, because you can easily end up bricking or breaking something. All for the sake of the belts just going. But again, if I can breathe a bit more life into this and save another one from the existing, you know, would it maybe? I mean, like you said, everyone's got different ways of repairing these things. And like you said, these are not the easiest to work on. They're just not the easiest. Oh, for crying out loud. That's what it said, you've got to be careful. Oh, God. Right. These ain't the... I've got to try and sit that up there, and then that sits... That sits like that. Right, I think we got it. Sitting more square now. This is what I said, because you know what it is. You're trying to do PC repairs. He's going live in 10 minutes. Yeah, because what was he working on? He was working on something, wasn't he? PDC repairs, because I was watching him last night at the end of it. So I forgot what he was doing. He was doing something. But I'm going to put this partly back together because I want to test this tape deck. That's better. She's sitting literally comfortable. Right. Now we're getting somewhere. So now let's try that again, because now it's all sitting in play. I want to take the top one off. That's it. That's comfortable. Now it's the bottom one I was more worried about. Yay! And it's the right tension. Yes, it's got the right tension on it. So now I can put all these back. Crying out, thank God for that, because that done my frigging head in. That was really complex on that, with that belt system. But she's done. So now I can put all these screws back. Cleaned all that crud off, and we've saved the tape deck. I've got to do that. What the bloody hell? What was this out of, guys? I didn't even notice what this fell out of. I hope this ain't nothing important. I've just seen it. It floated around on the table, and where's this? I'm still getting black tar all over my head. For crying out loud, seriously, where is all that coming from? Now that's a guide pin. What was that guide pin used for? I know, a bit sceptical now. I'm thinking, where the bloody hell was all that come from? Anyway, there's a guide pin. I don't know where that guide pin come from. I didn't see any guide pin pull out from here. Ah, I know where it's come from. Oh, thank God for that. Jesus, it's full out here. So it really worried me for a minute. It's come out here. All right. Yeah, PD repairs. Yeah, I was watching his stream last night, and then I was talking. Next minute, Andy and Worms are buggered off. They've gone on to they've gone on another stream. Oh, for crying out loud! That's jumped off now. I'm gonna have to dig that out. Fuck. It's the only thing with these. See what I mean? When you're trying to. These ain't the easiest things to work on. That spring's gone down here, and I do not want to plug that in with that coming out. Is there a way of taking that big drive out? Actually, I'm trying to think about it. Let me have a look, see if that's the case. Because this is done. Is there a way of me taking that out, disconnecting this with all these bloody wires everywhere? Because there's got to be, because that would enough make my job easier. Yes, we can unplug it. Oh, thank crying out. Thank God for that. There's plugs right here. Right. That's one out. That's two. Three. And then what we can do, I can take that out like that. That makes my job a lot easier because now I can work on that. I wish I'd done that earlier. Because I've got to search for that bloody spring. That spring's, it bounced down, I heard it. And it's gone down onto that board. Now you can see what I mean with the circuitry. Isn't it a lot of waste though? They've done these plastics. You know, as it is, I've got to put some, actually, let's do that now. Contact cleaner. Because I'm not going to be able to get to that. Because obviously that was crackling a bit. That feels better. Because they're carbon, you know, they've got carbon. I know you can buy them. You can buy them. I've seen them. But now I've got to find that bloody spring. Oh, for crying out loud. Actually, I might have to turn this upside down to see if the spring falls out. Oh. That's part of the belt. No spring. Yay, got the spring. Got her. Choo-choo. Thank you. Oh, look, it's all on the bloody back. It's smeared it all over the back. I've just seen it all. Jesus, how's that got through that lot? Actually, hang on guys. Let me just clear all that off. Fuck. That's unbelievable, isn't it? It's smeared literally everywhere at the bloody back of it. That never had none of that. Bloody hell. God, that's what these belts... Oh, look, I'm just smearing it, making it worse. Thank God for IPA. It's not that. I thought, where's it all coming from? Oh, my God, that's made a right pig's ear out of that lot. This was nice and clean. Fucking hell. I had my hands on it. Alright, I know it's got a bit of dust, but it didn't have all that fucking bitumen all over it. I know that for damn sure. It's literally got... I don't even know if it's managed to get it all on top. I mean, what did it do? Leak through or something? Bloody hell, for crying out loud. Yeah, that's done it. That's took half of that off. Thank God for that. Right. And I found the spring, so that's good. Let's put this back now. I'll tell you what, you can definitely say this was not portable. I reckon it was. Really? You can't cart this around, you've got to be joking. I'm glad that linear record player's out, because I can work on that separately now. So again, made that easier. They put the spring, they put the clips in, and you can't make a foo-foo because they've all got different sizes. So I know that they actually went in now. So, hold up. Didn't we have a belt going to a canter? I'm pretty sure we did, didn't we? We did have a belt. We had a belt going from the... That wasn't a belt, that was a rubber thing. So, yeah, because we had... Hold up. Yeah, because we had a belt going up here. So where's that belt gone through? Huh? I'm confused. I'm really confused because I'm going live to pop over there. See you later, Pico. Take it easy, buddy. So yeah, so yeah, actually, I was quite surprised. Now, this did have, because you've got a belt underneath here. So when it sits down, that sat on top. So we did have a belt from the top because I remember taking it off. That's to grip that. So that's a gripper. So we did. So where's? Oh, I see. It's gone from here. All right, I see it. So it does. We have got one. Where's that gone then? I don't know. And that there is put in wrong. So let me take that one out quickly. Right. Okay. So I need to take this one out. And I've got to put that. I've got to put that pin, guide pin in, because that's a solenoid that needs to go back. So this is what I was saying about importance of these going back in the right order. So I'm pretty sure, looking at that, I would say we've got to have that was going on that one. So I'd say that, because that keeps all the wires in. So this one's been put in wrong. Bloody hell. There was part of a belt floating around. I mean, I can't believe I've still got some of that on my bloody hands. That stuff. But this should still fire up without the record player. Because that wouldn't give the voltage to this, would it? I don't know. I'm hoping not. I'm going to have to wash my hands again. I don't know where this... Everything I'm touching, it seems like it's all coming back. No, that's now fell into that. Lucky now. That was lucky. Right, do that away. I've got to put the guide pin back in, and then I can... Where's that spring? Yeah, spring's there, and the guide pin. So what I need to do first is, if I stop that from happening again, that's what I should have done. Then that would have prevented it, and then it would have pinged off and gone halfway in. Let me wash my hand again, guys, because look, my hands are covered again, and everything I seem to be touching, I'm getting this bloody black goop everywhere. You can clearly see it's just all up my hands again. So give me a minute. Let me just wash that. No, not yet. I'm nearly done on this, so just want to put this back because this has got to go on first. So put that in its place, push that down. Now if I undo these top two. Might be able to loosen these up, but got to be careful here because it can alter. No, it should be alright at the bottom. I'll take the top one off, right? Top one. And that top one. That should loosen that. That's it, done. She's now clicky in. Now I can put the screws back in and we're done. That's it. Lovely jubbly. Sometimes it just pays you just to... Sorry guys, I'm trying to get you in shot here. Otherwise you can't see what I'm bloody doing. That's the general idea of it. Take you along the same journey as what I'm doing. Right, so now we've got the... Looks like we've got now the solenoid put back in, which is great because it is now all worky. Right, so good. So what we want to do now, that's got to be placed. I'm not worried about the other one because I can do that. Yeah, the main thing is the belt system is in play. And now we've got to get all this put back. And this is where I've got to be careful because I don't want to knock a capacitor off. And this is the one that ends up pausing. That's it. So she sits like that. Now I can see what I'm doing. Now there was a guide pin. This guide pin, what was this guide pin used for? Because this guide pin obviously was used for something. Which I don't know what that guide pin was used for because I didn't see where it come off. So did that come on? That might have come on up here or something. No. Did that come from there? I don't know. See, I can't see where that obviously you've got the pinhole. That's it. It's well found it. Found the guide pin. Lovely jubbly. So now, so the guide pin goes into that section of the hole right down, and that's where she come off. I knew it come off because I went, where's that come from? Now the record player's not in the way. So, which is good. That one. That stays on there. Now I'm only going to put 2 screws back on this because actually if I do one diagonal side to side, because I don't, just in case this don't have to come out again. No. So that way it just bites it down. I'll leave the other 2 off for a minute. Right, I want to plug this in, I want to test. Now this is where the tape was not working, right? I am not touching no more. I am so fed up, these are going in the bin, right? So they can go over there, because they're getting ready for the bin. Because I'm fed up, keep washing my hands with this bloody stuff, it's a nightmare. Right, first things first, does she power back on? Now, where was the power supply? I've got to try and think because the switch system was saying it was in the corner. Well, she's got. I've turned her on there, but I don't know where. Hold up, guys. Let me just double check. God, we're off again. Oh, here. There you go. Didn't see it. Down the bottom. She was hiding from me. Right. Yes. We have got action, guys. We've got action. Good. That's good. That is good, good, good. So, she's playing. She is playing. She is playing. So what I'm going to do, let me grab a speaker, plug the speaker into her, and we should be all that needed. Now remember, it didn't. The belts wasn't working because for a reason. Right. So what I need to do is I need to go. This is the reasons why I didn't want to plug it all the way back in. End up having an issue. Right. Volume. Cassettes. Right, we've got no sound, but now it has to repeat. Right, so one of these is going to be for tapes, isn't it? Just notice, which it might be. Phono. That's to record. That's obviously a play button. Pots. Fucking poxy bangs, they're a nuisance. But we've got no sound coming out. It sounds a little bit. That's the plate. That's the tape one there, obviously. Well, it's working, but we've got no sound coming out. Obviously, that's side to do with the linear record player. Thought I would have got sound out of this, at least. What about if I try another tape? There's 3. Could be the tapes. What do you guys reckon? Perhaps this won't complete an output until the record's plugged back in. I'm going to plug that record player back in. Is that the record player that's causing that to stop that from booting up? I don't know. It could be a strong possibility, because sometimes these things don't until they get the correct power going right into it. So it shouldn't be too bad. But obviously not. Thought that would have. Right. Obviously. I mean, that belt is not spinning round. Repeat play Q. We've got no play. Also got no light. Sure we ain't got just blown a fuse. Play. Q means put on there. Get no signs of life on the motor. So, but I thought we would have had a light up for the radio. But I mean that is working. I'll have to test them fuses, you know. Make sure one of them fuses just ain't popped. But it shouldn't do. There's nothing else that's been shorted out. It's strange. What do you guys reckon? I mean, what have how many I've got watching? It's 4 watching. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, which I don't really want to cause any shorts. But got no lights lighting up. This is what I said about earlier on about powering up issues. Obviously, that is weird. Now none of these have been transferred on that, so right, let me just put that down there for a minute. Couldn't see any fuse. There wouldn't be none of them just popped. Let me just quickly grab my multimeter. Just quickly test these. See if we've got voltage going through. Got to be careful because it's live voltage. Got any, some of these could be dead, you know. We've got nothing in there. There's no voltage going in. What's going on? What? None of the fuses are what seem to be doing millivolts. No fuse. There's no fuse going in. That's weird, isn't it? Right, okay. Let me just put this, clip this back in. Now, she did used to go this way. It could be a sensor, and that's what makes me think there's sensors on these. These ain't being detected. This wouldn't. No. That's weird. Now all of a sudden we've also got no lights lighting up. But the tape is working, but we've got nothing on the output. This is what I was saying about components failing over time. The TV decides wants to turn itself off like everything else, but the tape is working. That's the main thing. I've got the tape working. But that is strange. Now the cassette's working. Why is it pushing down? Forward, rewind. Jesus, really? Yeah, we don't seem to be getting anything. I mean, whatever route I go down, this still needs a belt for that device, which, that's weird. But for some reason, seems to be getting no voltage, except for lithium grease I'm putting my hand in at the end of the day. Yeah, it's nice. So we've got clips in for that, but for some reason the wheel don't really want to give it a response. The play does. No, the play don't. So we got power. Because we did have power, but it don't seem to be getting any power now. It does, then cuts off. Now that's interesting. That's really interesting, because now it's power related. Because if it's power related, it does, then cuts off. On, off. Alright, buddy, who's that on today? How you doing? Okay, Daniel lot? Yeah, working on this system. We did have power, but for some reason now I've replaced the belts for the cassette deck because this wasn't working. But the power comes on and it instantly goes off on the record, which it wasn't doing earlier. That's weird. So, which is really, I don't quite, I'm just going to quickly diagnose, see if we got continuity, make sure them fuses ain't blown. So I'm going to turn this off for a minute. Let's just put that on, see if we've got continuity on them fuses ain't popped. Good, good, good. Good. Fuses are good. We haven't got any issues with the fuses. So why isn't this all of a sudden, why isn't this working? Because this, like you said, earlier on when I paired this up, this has got a broken belt. So the belt's gone because the belt's disintegrated over time. But now for some reason we don't seem to have power. The power comes on for a brief second, now it just goes off, because now I'm not getting a light coming up on these to tell me. So we've had now a component's gone, which I really knew this was going to happen. You know, the longer you leave this, remember, this might have been sitting for so long at the end of the day. And yeah, that's strange. We're getting partial power, but we're not getting full power because these lights lit up before on the side here. Right, let me move the camera and I can show you what I mean. Right, so on the tape deck side, we had some issues with the little indicators. So when I press the power, cuts on, did you hear that? Then cuts off. So we've got a component that's gone down, and that could be anywhere on this board. That's strange. That is seriously strange, because I don't quite understand that. What could be causing that sort of shortage? Wouldn't be the plug, would it? No. No. But if there was no power, the tape wouldn't work. But we're not getting no output to the tape. I can hear hiss. but I've got no audio coming out, which you can clearly see. But so that means the component's getting hot, or the something's definitely gone on the walkabouts on this one at the end of the day, which is unbelievable. But the power did stay on because the radio worked. Tape didn't. Obviously, it needed some the bits on it. So I'm going to put the rest of the screws back for the radio, for the cassette deck. So at least I can put these back on. At the end of the day, so they can go back. But for some reason, we have got the power now won't stay on. So I'm going to leave it off for 5 minutes. So would that, because it could be a MOSFET. The trouble is, they're not the easiest to locate. Not on this. It's just not. That power's not staying on, which is a total shame because, like I said, with this was it was only for the sake of a few belts. Hopefully, where that stuff's been leaking, all the belts where they've been leaking on that front, it's just shame because, like you said, let me put this in a bin and get rid of these. Hello, Bronson. What are you doing in your bumble? Look, I'm still getting that stuff off my hands. That's unbelievable. That stuff is an absolute headache. Now we've got one going over here. That goes over that. Yeah. Now, instantly comes on, then goes off. Don't tell me that's a blown transformer. Mind you, if the transformer was gone, you'd get no power to it at all at the end of the day, because the way these transformers are fucking wired up lately. Yeah, that's alright. But the tape seems to be working, but I've got no output. So but the power's not staying on. So we're only getting partial power. So something's obviously not very happy at the end of the day. I'll get the belt. So I'm going to continue where I'm going to left off for tomorrow, because I've got to pop out for about 10 minutes. So yeah, what I'm going to say is, guys, on that front, if not, I'll pass this over to the old boy and I'll let him do his magic. But before I do that, I'm going to put in a new belt for this and get a new belt ordered and things like that. So hopefully, because like I said, I want to get this one all sorted for some reason, but I don't know why now all of a sudden the power supply, I'm going to have to investigate it, but obviously for that front. But yeah, thanks everyone for tidying up today. So hopefully it's you know, we'll continue where we left off on Mars. So what I'm going to say is thanks for joining, and see you next time for part 2.